The house was quiet in that special way it only ever was late at night. Not silent, just resting. The kind of quiet that feels soft and heavy, like a blanket settling over everything. It was the kind of night where time seemed to stretch, unhurried and gentle. When I was very young, my parents had a simple weekend rule. Because my sister was a light sleeper, they let me sleep in the living room on Friday and Saturday nights. I could stay up late, watching old television shows until my eyes finally grew too tired to stay open. I never made it until dawn, though. Nick at night always won in the end, and I'd fall asleep curled into the couch cushions, the television humming softly to itself. Our house sat in rural Georgia, surrounded by trees so tall and dense they felt endless. During the day, they were comforting, green, alive, familiar. At night, they became something else entirely. Shadows layered over shadows, branches folding into darkness, the world beyond the windows dissolving into quiet uncertainty. That night, I don't remember waking slowly. There was no dream fading away, no gentle return to awareness. I woke instantly, sharply, like a switch had been flipped inside me. My body jolted upright on the couch, heart already racing. A prickly feeling ran through my skin, cold and alert. It wasn't fear yet. It felt more like instinct, the kind that moves before the mind understands why. I found myself staring at the front window. Moonlight poured across the yard in pale silver, outlining the trees in soft contrast. And there, where branches tangled high above the ground, I saw a shape that didn't belong. A human silhouette stood quietly among the limbs, dark against the glowing leaves, completely still, as if it had always been there. Before I could move, the family dog rushed to the window. Low snarls vibrated through the glass, sharp and protective, breaking the stillness of the room. The sound made everything feel suddenly real. Fear bloomed fast and overwhelming. I ran. Bare feet carried me down the hallway and into my parents' room, words tumbling out between gasps. I tried to explain. Someone outside, someone in the trees, someone watching. My father was on his feet immediately, calm but serious. He grabbed something to protect himself and stepped into the night with the dogs, disappearing into the darkness beyond the porch light. I stayed behind, trembling in my mother's arms. Minutes stretched thin and fragile. Every sound felt louder than it should have been. When my father returned, his voice was steady. He said he'd seen nothing. No tracks. No movement. Just trees and moonlight. He told me it was probably a dream and gently sent me back to bed. This time, I chose my regular bedroom. I told my sister everything in a whisper as we lay in the dark. The house settled again, doors closed, lights off. My father made quiet rounds through the rooms, coffee cup in hand, the steady rhythm of footsteps offering comfort. Slowly, my breathing eased. The fear softened. I remember thinking, "It's okay now. I can sleep." Then I looked at the window. Moonlight spilled across the glass, and there he was, standing just beyond my bedroom window, close enough that I didn't need to question what I was seeing. His face remained hidden in shadow, but his presence felt deliberate, focused. Slowly, he lifted a finger to his lips. A quiet request for silence. My body froze. The world narrowed to that single gesture, that single moment. Then, without urgency, he turned and ran, straight into the darkness, disappearing between the trees as if the night itself had opened to take him in. I don't remember screaming, only crying, soft at first, then uncontrollable. Tears came in waves, stretching on until exhaustion finally claimed me. No one came back. The house stayed quiet. Morning eventually arrived, pale and ordinary, as if nothing strange had ever happened. But some nights, when everything is calm and still, when the world feels paused under moonlight, I remember how instinct woke me before my mind could, and how the quiet sometimes knows more than we do. As the night continues, and this story drifts gently away, the darkness settles back into its peaceful place, making room for the next whisper, the next memory, waiting patiently in the calm between breaths. Crescent moon. Some houses feel like they're quietly watching the street. Others feel like they're gently hiding from it. My house has always done both at once. Even now, when I think back, it feels like the night itself was holding its breath. The house sat farther back on the lot than the others on the block, set just a little apart, like it preferred its own space. The sidewalk didn't curve politely toward the front door the way it did at most homes. Instead, it ran straight along the length of the living room, ending directly at the porch. If you followed that path, you would be facing the largest windows in the house, wide panes of glass that let in beautiful daylight, but offered very little privacy in return. Those windows didn't open. They simply watched. That night, the rest of my family was away on vacation. The house felt unusually spacious, every sound echoing a little longer than normal. I enjoyed the solitude at first. With no one else around, I relaxed too much, letting the evening blur softly at the edges. Eventually, exhaustion caught up to me, and I drifted off on the couch in the living room sometime around 9. I remember waking later with a strange hesitation. I knew I should walk back to my bedroom, but the thought of crossing the dark hallway felt heavier than it should have. So I stayed where I was. The couch sat directly beneath those large, quiet windows, and I pulled the blanket closer, telling myself everything was fine. Sleep came again, briefly. I woke suddenly, without any clear reason. No dream lingered. No noise explained it. Just an overwhelming chill that seeped into my skin, sharp and uncomfortable, as if the air itself had changed while I slept. I lay still, trying to understand what had pulled me awake. Then came the sound. A dull, hollow banging, slow and deliberate, directly above me. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My eyes opened just enough to look upward toward the window. A figure stood there, framed by the darkness outside, hands striking the glass in an unhurried rhythm. There was no shouting, no words, just the steady, patient sound of impact. My heart thudded quietly as I glanced sideways at the cable box. The numbers glowed softly in the dark. It was just after 3 in the morning. The banging continued. Eventually, it stopped. The silence afterward felt thick and heavy, pressing down on the room. I remained frozen, afraid that any movement might somehow invite the sound back. And then it did. This time, the noise came from 2 places at once. The window above me resumed its steady tapping, while the front door, only a short distance away, joined in with its own quiet insistence. 2 separate rhythms, 2 different directions, both unrelenting. Whoever was outside showed no signs of leaving, no urgency, no frustration. Just persistence. Minutes stretched into something shapeless and endless. I stared at the ceiling, counting breaths, listening as the sounds continued without change. There was nothing frantic about it. That was somehow worse. It felt intentional, measured. And then, after what felt like a very long time, perhaps 40 minutes, the sound simply stopped. No footsteps faded away. No doors closed. Just silence returning to its place. I stayed on that couch until the sky began to lighten, my body tense, my thoughts circling endlessly. When morning finally arrived, the house looked normal again, peaceful, as if nothing had disturbed it at all. But something in me had changed. The next day, I called a friend and asked if he would stay over for the rest of the week. I tried to laugh it off, to make it sound casual. His response was quick and dismissive, joking, careless, not understanding. I hung up and sat alone in the quiet house once more. Some nights still feel like that one did. Too quiet, too patient. And as this memory slowly settles back into the darkness, the night softens again, making space for the next story, the next quiet moment waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Crescent moon. Some memories don't arrive with noise or chaos. They come back quietly, like a car idling at the edge of your thoughts. You don't notice them at first, until you realize they never really left. I was 17 when it happened, fresh with the freedom of a new driver's license and the restless confidence that comes with it. Back then, my friends and I treated summer nights like open invitations. We had a shared hobby, finding abandoned houses where no one would bother us. Empty places felt harmless, forgotten, untouched by rules. Most of the houses we found were small, unimpressive, but one stood apart. I passed it almost every night on my drive home from work. It was massive, an unfinished shell of a home sitting alone, set back from the road. The walls were up, but the place felt hollow, like it had been paused mid-thought. Behind it stretched a wide, undeveloped property that disappeared into shadow as the sun went down. No lights, no movement, just quiet space. I mentioned it to one of my friends, and one evening before heading to a movie, I decided to show it to him. The sky was slipping into dusk, that soft blue-gray moment when the day hasn't fully let go. My headlights were already on as I slowed and turned toward the front of the house. We didn't stay long, maybe 10 seconds, just enough time to take it in, the stillness, the unfinished edges, the way the place seemed to absorb sound. Something about it made me uneasy, though I couldn't explain why. I pulled back onto the road and headed toward the main street. About a minute later, headlights flared in my rear-view mirror. A large truck had pulled out behind us, its high beams glaring, close enough to feel intentional. It stayed tight on us, matching every move. My friend and I noticed, exchanged a glance, but said nothing. We told ourselves it was coincidence. The road ahead opened toward a familiar intersection, brightly lit and usually busy. That should have been comforting. At the light, I signaled and turned right. The truck didn't follow the road. Instead, it cut sharply through the gas station on the corner, headlights sweeping across the pavement, then stopped directly in front of us, blocking the way. The world felt suddenly empty. No cars, no people, no sound except the soft hum of engines. The door of the truck opened, and a man stepped out, large, broad-shouldered, moving with calm certainty. He approached my window and knocked once, firm but unhurried. My hands shook as I rolled the glass down. He asked evenly what we had been doing at the house. I answered quickly, voice thin, saying we were just turning around. A simple lie, spoken too fast. He studied us for a few quiet seconds. The silence stretched. Then, slowly he smiled. Not unkindly, not warmly either, just measured. He stepped back and waved us on. I didn't hesitate. I drove away, heart pounding, eyes locked forward until the truck disappeared from view. Neither of us spoke for the rest of the drive. Words felt unnecessary and somehow unsafe. Years have passed since that night. The house still stands unfinished, exactly as it was. No signs of life, no signs of progress, just a structure that never quite became a home. I don't know what was happening there, and I never tried to find out. Some places are better left unexplored. Some moments don't need answers. And as this memory fades gently into the quiet, the road stretches onward, leading softly into the next story, waiting patiently in the calm glow of the night. Crescent moon. Some moments from childhood never grow loud in memory. They don't scream or chase you. They simply sit there, quietly unresolved, waiting for the night to remind you they exist. I was around 10 years old when it happened, during one of those family gatherings that felt endless and safe at the same time. All of my cousins and siblings were there, nearly 10 of us in total, spread across the living room floor with blankets, pillows, and half-forgotten snacks. The adults were gone for the evening, out at a dinner meant just for them, leaving the house in the easy, careless hands of children. The house felt warm and familiar. A movie played softly in the background, more comforting than interesting. Laughter came and went in small waves, and the air carried that gentle feeling of belonging that only exists when everyone knows everyone else well. Outside, the night was calm. No wind. No distant sirens. Just quiet. Then, without warning, the house reacted. Not a sound first, but a feeling. The floor shuddered beneath us, subtle but unmistakable, followed instantly by a sudden flash of light from the backyard. It filled the room for a brief moment, pale and overwhelming, like lightning with no storm attached. The windows rattled softly, and the air seemed to tighten. None of us screamed. We didn't need to. Instinct took over, and as one group, we ran into the hallway, the safest place our young minds could imagine. The movie continued playing behind us, forgotten. In the narrow hallway, our breathing grew loud and uneven. Someone whispered a question. Someone else shook their head. No one had an answer. The older cousins tried to sound calm. They debated quietly, voices low, whether to call the police. In the end, they chose the familiar instead, the comfort of parents' voices on the phone. We waited, listening to the silence beyond the hallway, half expecting it to break again. Nothing happened. Eventually, courage returned in small pieces. We crept back into the living room, this time holding whatever we could find, objects that made us feel prepared, even if they were harmless. We sat together, closer than before, watching the windows, listening for any change in the night. Minutes passed, then more. The house stayed still. When our parents and grandparents finally came home, relief washed over us. We talked all at once, explaining the flash, the shaking, the fear. They listened, then checked the backyard carefully. Nothing was disturbed. No marks. No broken fences. No strange smells. The neighbors hadn't noticed anything either. To the adults, it was nothing. To us, it was everything. Years have gone by since that night, and we still bring it up sometimes. Quietly, thoughtfully, trying to make sense of something that never explained itself. No story ever fully fits. No answer ever feels complete. And maybe that's why it stays with me. Not because it was loud, but because it was sudden shared, and never returned. As this memory softens and fades into the calm of the night, it leaves behind only a gentle question, drifting quietly onward, making room for the next story waiting patiently in the dark. Crescent moon. Some nights in nature feel endlessly peaceful. Others feel like the world is listening a little too closely. This is one of those memories that never raises its voice, yet still echoes softly in the quiet. I live in eastern Oregon, where the land stretches wide and open. One summer, I traveled west to stay with my mother, who lived closer to the coast. She loved the outdoors, the kind of person who found comfort in trees, hills, and open skies. It felt natural that we would take a short trip together, just an hour's drive from her city to the ocean. We chose a free campsite tucked high into the foothills of the coastal mountains. The road climbed steadily, winding upward until the world below felt far away. From the campsite, it would have taken about 25 minutes to drive back down to the main road. Up there, the air felt cooler, quieter, as if the forest was holding everything gently in place. We were the only campers. That afternoon passed slowly and comfortably. We cooked, talked, and watched the light shift through the trees. At one point, a truck climbed the hill and stopped near us. A few men stepped out and spoke with my mother. I didn't hear what they said, and at the time, it didn't feel important. They eventually left, their engine fading back down the mountain. By nightfall, the forest settled into stillness. The kind of silence that feels thick, but not threatening. We zipped ourselves into the tent and drifted into sleep beneath the soft sounds of distant wind and insects. Everything felt safe, familiar, until it didn't. I woke suddenly to the sound of my mother inhaling sharply. She was sitting straight up in the tent, completely still. I'm a light sleeper, and the sound pulled me instantly awake. As soon as she realized I was conscious, she placed her hand gently over my mouth. Firm but careful. The message was clear. Don't speak. The night outside was utterly silent. No wind. No insects. Then, slowly, unmistakably, footsteps moved alongside the tent, close enough that I could sense the presence through the thin fabric. The small flap covering the zipper shifted slightly, brushing against the tent wall. Time felt suspended. My heart pounded, but I stayed still. My mother didn't hesitate. In a strong, steady voice, loud enough to carry through the trees, she spoke into the darkness. Kenny grabbed the gun. Kenny was my dad. He wasn't there. But whoever stood outside didn't know that. The footsteps paused. The silence stretched. Then, just as quietly as they had arrived, the sounds retreated into the forest. No voices, no rush, just distance returning. We didn't move for a long time after that. Eventually, the night softened again, and morning came as it always does, gentle, ordinary, forgiving. No signs of anyone nearby. No disturbed ground. Nothing to prove what we had heard. But we knew. Nothing else happened. We packed up and left safely. Still, that night stays with me, not because of what had happened, but because of how easily it could have. And as this memory fades back into the calm of the forest, the quiet returns, making space for the next story, waiting patiently somewhere beyond the trees. Evergreen tree, crescent moon. Some places feel quiet in a comforting way. Others feel quiet as if they're listening. This valley was peaceful, but not empty, and I didn't realize the difference until morning. I was camping alone in a wide valley, far from towns and far from cell service. The land dipped gently between low hills, with a river threading its way through the trees. During the day, it felt open and calm, one of those places where sound seems to soften before it travels very far. I had stayed out late on a trail, enjoying the fading light, not in any hurry to return. As dusk settled in, I crossed paths with a local man heading the opposite direction. He was friendly, relaxed, and seemed to know the area well. When I mentioned I was looking for a place to camp, he pointed out a spot close to the road and near the river, but tucked away, hidden by brush and shadow. Easy to miss if you didn't know it was there. By the time I reached the site, night had already arrived. I built a small fire, the flames flickering gently against the darkness. I ate, relaxed, and let familiar voices from a podcast drift into the trees. I wasn't trying to be quiet. The fire was visible, my movements obvious. Nothing about my presence was hidden. Eventually, tiredness settled in, and instead of setting up a tent, I chose the easier option. Sleeping in the back of my truck under the topper, surrounded by my gear. It felt practical, comfortable, safe enough. The night passed without memory. Morning arrived slowly, cool and pale. I stepped out, rebuilt the fire, and began making breakfast. The valley looked peaceful again, washed in soft light. The river moved quietly nearby. For a moment, everything felt normal. Then I noticed movement. At the far edge of my camp stood a man. He was just inside the boundary where the trees thickened, close enough to see clearly, far enough to feel deliberate. He began to move closer, slowly, but never looked directly at me. His clothes were layered and worn, tied together with dozens of plastic grocery bags that rustled faintly when he shifted. His beard hung long and unkempt, blending into the fabric and shadows around him. I greeted him casually, commenting on the nice morning. He didn't respond. I offered him breakfast. Silence. He continued pacing the outer edge of my camp, never approaching fully, never leaving. Always turned slightly away. The longer it went on, the heavier the air felt. I tried again, offering him a drink, something friendly, something human. He turned his back completely. That's when the calm began to slip, not into panic, but into clarity. The kind that quietly tells you something isn't right. I noticed how alone the valley truly was, how far the road felt, how quiet everything had become. I kept my safety gear close, not making a show of it. Finally, I spoke firmly, breaking the stillness with words that felt stronger than I was. I told him to acknowledge me or leave. He didn't. I stepped forward just a few paces, enough to change the balance of the moment. That was all it took. The man slowly drifted away, melting back into the trees without a word, without ever looking at me. I didn't wait. I packed quickly, calmly, and left the valley behind. As I drove away, one thought stayed with me: how visible I had been the night before, and how close I had slept to solid walls instead of thin fabric. Maybe I had been watched. Maybe not. There was no proof either way. Only the quiet knowledge that sometimes comfort comes from the choices we don't even realize we're making. And as this memory eases back into the soft hush of the valley, the road continues on, leading gently into the next story, waiting somewhere ahead in the calm of the night. Crescent moon. Some places don't frighten you right away. They simply watch patiently. You don't notice it at first. You just feel a quiet need to keep the lights on. In 2002, I moved into an old apartment building that had already lived a long life. It had been standing since the early 1900s, and while much of it felt sturdy and familiar, there were corners of the space that carried a different weight. The living room and kitchen were bright enough, ordinary enough, but the bedroom and bathroom felt aware, as though the air there noticed when I entered. At first, it was subtle, a sense of being observed that lingered just beneath the surface. Nothing dramatic, just a feeling that made me hesitate before turning off the lights. The bedroom was the worst, especially when the closet door was open. Something about that dark rectangle unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. Eventually, I learned to keep it closed. As weeks passed, the discomfort softened into something familiar. I adjusted. I told myself it was just the age of the building, the way old places settle and creak. Still, I only felt truly at ease in the bedroom when the door was locked. That small click of the lock brought relief. One night, deep into sleep, a sudden sound shattered the quiet. A single, heavy bang against my bedroom door. I sat up, heart racing, listening. The apartment was silent again. After a long pause, I gathered the courage to check. Every window was shut and locked. The front door was secured, the chain still in place. I was alone. After that night, I became even more aware of the closet. I never stepped inside longer than necessary. When it was open, my thoughts filled the silence with imagined sounds, soft, strained breaths that never quite formed into anything real. So I kept it closed, always. A month or so later, something else happened. I woke suddenly, unable to move. There was a heavy pressure on my body, as though the air itself had grown dense. The room was completely dark. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a presence close by, standing just beyond sight. When I finally managed to reach the lamp and flood the room with light, the space was empty. After that night, I never slept in complete darkness again. The sense of being watched grew stronger. Friends who visited mentioned feeling uneasy, especially in the bathroom. They couldn't explain it either, just a quiet discomfort, like being observed without being seen. When an opportunity came to move into a different unit in the building, I didn't hesitate. I packed quickly and left that apartment behind. Others moved in after me. None of them stayed long. Years later, during renovations, I visited the building again. The apartment had been refreshed, brighter somehow, calmer. While talking with the building owner, the conversation drifted to the past. Casually, without drama, he mentioned that a former resident had passed away in that apartment many years earlier. He also noted that the original designer of the building had once lived there, and had died there as well. Hearing that didn't frighten me. It settled something. What I had felt wasn't imagination. It was history, quiet, lingering, and unresolved. And as this memory slowly fades back into the hush of the night, the old apartment rests again, making space for the next story to drift softly forward, waiting patiently in the dark. Crescent moon. Some houses don't reveal themselves all at once. They wait, quietly storing their stories. Even when the lights are on, you can feel that something remembers. Long before I was born, my grandparents bought a large house meant to hold a family of 10. It was the kind of place built to last. Solid, quiet, and full of corners where sound lingered a little too long. When my grandfather began preparing the upstairs for their growing family, he discovered something unexpected. One of the walls wasn't real. Behind it was a hidden room, sealed away as if it had never been meant to be found. When he pulled the false wall down, they discovered children's clothing neatly folded, small shoes, and simple toys scattered across the floor. It looked as though someone had stepped out in a hurry and never returned. No one knew who the room had belonged to, or why it had been closed off. The family cleaned the space and moved on. Life continued, but the house remembered. Years later, my mother lived in one of the upstairs bedrooms. She told me about sitting alone in her room at night, listening to something move slowly along the walls. Not footsteps, something softer. A long, circling sound, like paper being gently pulled away and pressed back again. It would travel the perimeter of the room, unhurried, patient. She never saw anything. She didn't need to. When my mother moved out, my aunt took the same room. She never spoke about it much, but sometimes she would wake in the morning to find framed pictures she had hung the night before resting on her chest, as if carefully placed there while she slept. The nails remained in the wall. Nothing was broken, just moved. My cousins grew up in the house too. They learned the sounds of it the way children do, by listening in the dark. More than one of them spoke of hearing footsteps climbing the stairs late at night. Slow, steady steps that stopped just outside their bedroom doors. Always stopping, never entering. The upstairs was always colder than the rest of the house. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. Enough to make you pull your sleeves down without thinking. Even now, I avoid going up there. The air feels heavier, quieter, like the space is aware of being observed. As an adult, I no longer live there, but the house still visits me. In dreams, I find myself walking those upstairs halls again, the light dim, the walls too close. Nothing chases me. Nothing speaks. I simply feel watched, the way you do when a room knows your name. And when I wake, the feeling fades, but never completely. Some places don't need to frighten you to stay with you. They just wait, quietly tucked into memory, drifting gently forward, ready for the next story to unfold in the calm of the night. Crescent moon. Some memories don't frighten you because of what they show, but because of what they quietly remove. They leave behind a gap where certainty used to be, and let the night fill it in. It happened while I was at university, on one of those late evenings when time feels loose and unimportant. My friends and I were gathered in our dorm, talking and laughing softly, when we realized we had run out of drinks. Most shops were already closed, and the only option left was the 24-hour supermarket about a mile away. So we set off on foot. The walk was simple and familiar. Between the dorms and the supermarket stretched rows of suburban houses, neatly lined, evenly spaced, all looking almost identical under the glow of streetlights. The roads were quiet, the air still, and our footsteps echoed gently as we talked in low voices. Then, without warning, the scene changed. As we passed one particular stretch of road, we came alongside an open field. In the center of it burned a large campfire, its flames flickering slowly against the dark. Around it, people moved calmly, some on horseback, circling the fire in wide, unhurried loops. Soft lantern light dotted the area, glowing warm and steady. There was music too, not loud, not modern. Just gentle instruments blending together, carried lightly on the night air. It felt old, not abandoned, just out of time. We slowed as we walked past, taking it in without speaking much. There was no sense of danger, only quiet curiosity. The fire crackled softly. The horses moved with an easy rhythm. It felt like something we weren't meant to interrupt. A few minutes later, we were back among the houses again, the ordinary streets closing around us. That was when one of my friends finally spoke, commenting on how strange and out of place that gathering had been. The other friend and I exchanged a glance. We had been thinking the same thing. Curiosity pulled at us gently, so we turned around. We hadn't taken any side streets. We simply reversed our path, walking calmly back the way we had come, expecting to see the glow of firelight waiting for us. But when we reached the spot, there was nothing. No fire. No lanterns. No horses. Not even a field. Just more houses, identical to the others, stretching quietly into the distance. We stood there for a moment, confused, then began walking up and down the nearby streets. Still nothing. No open space. No sign that anything had ever been there at all. We knew we were on the right road. We had only turned around. We weren't drunk, just lightly buzzed, aware enough to know what we had seen. And yet, standing there under the streetlights, the night felt too normal, too settled, as if it had already closed over whatever had briefly appeared. Eventually, we continued on to the store, talking less, listening more. The rest of the night passed without incident, but none of us ever forgot that walk. Even now, I don't try to explain it. Some moments don't want answers. They simply pass through your life, leaving behind a quiet uncertainty. And as this memory drifts gently away, the road stretches on once more, leading softly into the next story, waiting patiently in the calm of the night. Crescent moon. Some stories don't ask you to believe them. They simply arrive, quiet, ordinary, and unfinished. They linger not because they are frightening, but because they never explain themselves. I have an uncle who has always been a steady, serious person. He's practical, grounded, and not someone who enjoys attention or exaggeration. That's why, when he tells a story, people tend to listen. He doesn't embellish. He doesn't speculate. He just describes what happened and lets it rest there. One of his stories has stayed with me for years. It happened on a warm summer day outside of St. Louis, when the heat pressed down heavily on the countryside. My uncle had finished his shopping and was driving along a quiet country road, one of those long stretches where the land opens wide and houses become rare. The air shimmered slightly above the pavement, and the world felt slow and still. That's when he noticed them. A small family walked along the side of the road. A man, a woman, and a child. At first, it was just their presence that stood out. There was no nearby town, no visible homes. Then he noticed their clothing. It wasn't modern. The fabrics were loose and wrapped, more like simple shawls than everyday clothes. And none of them wore shoes. Despite the heat, they moved calmly, unhurried. Concerned, my uncle pulled over and offered them a ride. It was hot, and they were far from anything familiar. They accepted quietly. The man mentioned that their home was just a few miles down the road. Nothing about the interaction felt alarming, just unusual. They drove together in silence, the road stretching ahead, fields passing by slowly. Eventually, they reached a small cottage set back slightly from the roadside. It looked simple, almost fragile, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. My uncle stopped, and the family stepped out, thanking him softly before disappearing inside. Weeks passed. One afternoon, my uncle was driving the same road with my aunt. He mentioned the story to her, pointing ahead and saying that this was where he had dropped off the family. As they approached the spot, he slowed the car. There was nothing there. No cottage. No driveway. No sign that a building had ever stood in that place at all. Just grass, a shallow ditch, and the quiet edge of the road. They looked carefully, both sides of the street, searching for anything familiar. But the land was uninterrupted, untouched. The house had simply never existed. I'm a skeptical person by nature. I question stories like this. But my uncle never changed his version. And my aunt, who had heard it long before that drive, stood there with him, just as confused. Some moments don't demand belief. They only ask to be remembered. And as this quiet mystery settles gently into the night, it leaves space behind. Space for the next story to drift softly forward, waiting patiently in the calm between thoughts. Crescent moon. Some memories don't shout to be remembered. They return softly, like footsteps you almost hear. They arrive without fear, yet never quite leave. I was 7 years old when my family moved to a new neighborhood, one that sat quietly at the edge of the countryside. Our backyard ended where a farm began. Wide fields, low fences, and open sky stretching farther than I was used to seeing. The air felt different there, cleaner somehow, carrying the faint smell of soil and early spring growth. My brother was 10, and like all children in a new place, we were restless with curiosity. The very next afternoon, we wandered down our new street together. It was early spring, the kind of day where winter had loosened its grip but hadn't fully let go. The sun sat comfortably overhead, and the street was empty. No cars, no voices, just the soft hum of the afternoon. That's when we saw them. At the far end of the road, moving slowly toward us, was a rider on horseback. Not rushing, not galloping, just passing through. The horse was enormous to my young eyes. It stepped steady and unhurried. The rider wore full traditional riding clothing. Long, flowing fabric, structured boots, and a posture that felt strangely formal. I can't remember if it was a man or a woman. What I remember is the silence. No sound of hooves striking sharply. No greeting. No glance in our direction. They passed us as if we weren't there. For a moment, neither of us spoke. We just stood on the edge of the pavement, watching the rider continue down the street until they disappeared from view. There was nothing dramatic about it. No sudden chill. No fear. Just a quiet feeling of something being out of place. It wasn't impossible, of course. I grew up surrounded by farms. Horses weren't unusual, but the details didn't quite fit. The farm behind our house wasn't active, just cornfields and a single cow. And the rider had come from the direction where the road ended abruptly, fading into thick woods with no paths or trails that we knew of. We stood there longer than we needed to, listening to the stillness return. Later that evening, sitting safely inside our new home, my brother and I talked about it in hushed voices. We replayed what we had seen, trying to make it make sense. The more we spoke, the quieter we became. Finally, in the simple certainty that only children have, we reached a conclusion. It had to be a ghost. We didn't panic. We didn't cry. We simply accepted it and moved on, the way children do. But even now, years later, that memory drifts back to me, calm, silent, and unresolved. And as that quiet image fades into the background, the night remains gentle and open, making space for another story to arrive softly, just beyond the edge of sleep. Crescent moon. Some stories don't arrive with fear. They come quietly, wrapped in memory. They settle into the mind like dusk over a familiar place, and stay there, waiting. When I was very young, my grandmother had a close friend who felt like part of the family. She helped watch over us sometimes, offering gentle smiles, soft words, and the kind of presence that made a house feel calmer just by being there. She was older, kind, and deeply familiar, someone we trusted without ever thinking about it. Then one day, she simply didn't come by anymore. At first, no one was worried. Days passed, then nearly a week. Family members asked around. Neighbors listened but had no answers. Her absence felt strange, like a chair left empty at the table. Quiet concern slowly replaced routine. It wasn't until later that authorities discovered she had passed away elsewhere, days before. The news was devastating, and the adults shielded us from most of the details. All we understood was that she was gone, and that it shouldn't have happened the way it did. But something else had already happened. A few days before she was officially found, my 3 cousins, brothers who shared a bedroom in a small apartment, experienced something none of us could ever explain. Their home was part of a modest 4-unit complex, all sharing one long backyard enclosed by wooden fencing. It was the kind of place where sounds traveled strangely, and blind spots hid corners of the yard from view. That evening, the sun was low in the sky, hovering just above the horizon. Not night yet, just that soft, uncertain hour when daylight begins to fade and shadows stretch longer than they should. The boys were in their room, standing on mattresses pushed against the wall beneath the window, watching the backyard absent-mindedly. That's when the youngest froze. He said someone was there. At first, the older brother brushed it off, half asleep and uninterested. But the youngest insisted, his voice tight, his eyes fixed on something beyond the glass. He said it looked like the woman who used to help their grandmother. The same gentle figure, the same familiar shape, walking slowly near the small garden at the far end of the yard. Moments passed. Then the middle brother came to the window, and he saw her too. They said she moved calmly, unhurried, as if she belonged there, as if nothing was wrong. Slowly, she approached the building, coming closer until she stood just outside their window. Then softly, almost politely, she tapped on the glass. That was when they screamed. The boys ran to their father, breathless and terrified, all speaking at once. At first, he didn't believe them. How could he? But eventually, to ease their fear, He went outside to check. He walked the length of the yard, looked into every corner. There was no one there. Later, it became clear that what they claimed to have seen couldn't have been possible. According to the timeline, she had already been gone, and yet they never changed their story. Not once. Years passed, and the memory stayed exactly the same, steady, detailed, and unwavering. No anger, no fear, just certainty. Even now, when I think back on it, the story doesn't feel loud or dramatic. It feels quiet, gentle, almost sad, like a presence passing through a familiar place one last time, before moving on. And as that memory slowly fades, the night remains still and peaceful, ready to carry us gently into the next whispered story, drifting just beyond the edge of sleep. Crescent moon. Some homes don't feel old. They feel tired, as if the walls remember too much, and whisper only when the world grows quiet enough to listen. 4 years ago, I lived in a large farmhouse that had been divided into 2 separate apartments. From the outside, it looked peaceful. Wide windows, pale siding, and fields stretching out in every direction. But the building had a history, one that lingered beneath the paint and renovations. Long before it became apartments, it had been known locally as the old boys' home, a place meant to house troubled children. It had closed many years earlier, and no one liked to talk much about why. At the time, I lived there with my boyfriend and our 3-year-old daughter. During the day, the house felt normal enough. Sunlight spilled through tall windows, the floors creaked in familiar ways, and the countryside stayed quiet except for the wind and distant animals. Still, there was something about the place that felt heavy, especially at night, as if the silence itself carried weight. Our bedroom was large and oddly shaped, with a fireplace built into one wall. It had long ago been sealed shut, boarded over, and painted to blend in. One afternoon, while rearranging furniture, I pushed the bed back until it rested against that boarded fireplace. It felt practical, almost comforting, like a solid headboard anchoring the room. That night, the house settled into its usual stillness. Around 1 in the morning, I woke to a sound so soft it barely felt real. A small voice, gentle and close, whispering, "Mom, Mom, Mommy." Half asleep, I sat up, my heart calm, certain it was my daughter calling for comfort. Without opening my eyes fully, I reached across the bed and down toward the floor, feeling for her small hands. The voice continued, patient and quiet, but my fingers touched nothing. Still half dreaming, I leaned farther, brushing the cool air beside the bed. My mind insisted she was there. She always came to us when she had a bad dream. I whispered her name softly and reached again. Then my boyfriend stirred. The bedside lamp clicked on, filling the room with warm, yellow light. He looked at me, confused, and asked what I was doing. I told him our daughter was trying to climb into bed. The room was empty. Down the hall, her bedroom door was closed. When we checked, she was fast asleep, breathing evenly, wrapped in her blankets. She hadn't moved all night. We didn't talk much about it afterward. I told myself it had been a dream, the kind that slips into waking moments and feels real for just a second too long. Eventually, I fell back asleep with the light still on. The next night came quietly. Again, it was around 1 in the morning. This time, our dog began to whimper softly at the door, needing to go outside. My boyfriend got out of bed, his footsteps fading down the hall. I stayed where I was, eyes closed, listening to the house breathe. Then I felt it. That unmistakable shift in the mattress. The gentle dip of weight beside me. Warmth at my back, as if someone had just lain down, careful not to wake me. Comforting. Familiar. I assumed he had returned. I rolled over to rest against him, and there was no one there. In that exact moment, the pressure lifted. The mattress rose back into place, as though whatever had been beside me had quietly stood up. No sound, no movement, just absence. I lay perfectly still, heart steady but alert, staring into the dim room. When my boyfriend finally came back, the bed moved again, but this time it felt normal, human, real. The next morning, I moved the bed away from the fireplace and placed it against the opposite wall. The room felt lighter almost immediately, though I couldn't explain why. For the remaining 2 years we lived in that house, nothing like that ever happened again. No voices, no weight in the bed, no quiet reminders in the night. Still, sometimes I think about that boarded fireplace, sealed shut and silent, and I wonder how many voices a house can hold before it learns when to let them go. As the night grows softer and the house around you settles into rest, this memory fades gently, making room for the next quiet story, waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Crescent moon. Some places feel ordinary during the day. Fluorescent lights, tiled floors, familiar sounds. And yet, every now and then, even the most normal rooms seem to forget they're supposed to be empty. This happened during a regular workday, the kind that blurs together and leaves little behind once it's done. I remember stepping away from my desk, walking down the quiet hallway toward the restroom. The building hummed softly with distant ventilation, the air smelling faintly of cleaning solution and paper. When I pushed open the bathroom door, the room greeted me with silence. The lights were already on, reflecting off white tile and porcelain. For stalls lined one wall, for urinals the other. I glanced down instinctively, checking for shoes beneath the stall doors. There were none. No shifting shadows, no quiet movements. The room felt empty in a calm, unremarkable way. I chose my usual stall and closed the door behind me. The lock clicked softly. The sounds of the building faded into the background as I went about my routine, relaxed and unhurried. That's when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of someone using one of the urinals. At first, my mind brushed it off. Bathrooms echo. Pipes make noise. Buildings settle. But the sound was steady and clear, exactly what you'd expect from someone standing just a few feet away. I paused, listening. No footsteps had entered. The bathroom door was heavy, solid, and loud when it closed. It always made a deep thud and a hollow echo through the room. I was certain I would have noticed it. Still, the sound continued, unrushed, ordinary, almost polite. I stood there, breathing quietly, letting the moment pass. The noise stopped after what felt like a normal amount of time. Then came footsteps. A few soft steps, moving across tile, unhurried and casual. But the door never opened. No creak, no echo, no closing sound. The room returned to silence. I finished up slowly, giving myself time to listen for anything else. When I finally opened the stall door, the bathroom looked exactly as it had before. Empty. Filled. The urinals were unused. The stalls untouched. I checked the room carefully, almost casually, as if expecting someone to be washing their hands or fixing their collar in the mirror. There was no one. When I left, the hallway outside was just as quiet as before. Nothing else happened that day. No strange sounds, no uneasy feelings following me around. And yet, even now, I remember how normal it all felt. How gentle, how quiet, as if the room had briefly remembered something from another moment, then let it fade away again. And as the night settles around you, and the world grows calm and still, that quiet memory drifts off, making space for the next soft story, waiting patiently in the darkness. Crescent moon. Some nights leave behind a feeling rather than a memory. A quiet impression that lingers long after the lights are turned back on. This is one of those nights, wrapped in warmth, love, and a mystery that never raised its voice. My wife and I were staying at a beautiful hotel in downtown Pittsburgh, a place chosen for celebration. Earlier that evening, after a long, elegant meal, I had asked her to marry me. The city outside was cold and February dark, but inside, everything felt slow and glowing, like time itself had softened its edges. The room was spacious and calm, decorated in muted tones that reflected the city's age. What sold me on it was the large Japanese soaking tub, deep, smooth, and serene. Even at my height, I could barely see over the edge when sitting inside. It felt indulgent, like borrowing someone else's quiet luxury for a night. That first night, we fell asleep easily in the king bed, the city sounds below us reduced to a distant hush. I remember opening my eyes briefly and noticing the soft blue glow of the alarm clock. Somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning. That's when I heard it. To my left, only a few feet away, came a slow, deliberate sound. It reminded me instantly of a pencil rolling gently down a slanted surface, wood against wood, controlled, unhurried. It was clear enough to wake us both, cutting cleanly through the quiet of the room. My heart stirred, but not sharply. The sound felt ordinary, familiar, almost thoughtful. In the half-dreaming state of the moment, I told myself it must be a pencil slipping off a desk. The explanation settled me, and after a few calm breaths, I drifted back to sleep. Morning brought light and questions. As I moved around the room, curiosity tugged at me. I realized there was no desk, no writing surface at all, and stranger still, there were no pencils, only capped ballpoint pens, smooth and silent, incapable of making that distinct rolling sound. I checked the room carefully, tracing surfaces with my eyes. Nothing sloped, nothing loose. We talked about it quietly over coffee, not frightened, just puzzled. I don't believe in ghosts, not really. I enjoy mysteries, but I like them grounded. Still, the moment lingered, like a note held just a second too long. That evening, the cold pressed against the city again, and we returned to the room eager for warmth. We filled the soaking tub and slipped into the water together. It rose high around us, quieting everything. Steam softened the air. Outside, February remained harsh, but in that moment, we felt suspended from it all. We laughed gently, shifting the water, pretending we were impossibly wealthy and had nowhere else to be. Then the sound came. From the other room, clear and unmistakable, rose the low buzzing hum of microphone feedback, the kind that fills a space before an announcement. It wasn't loud, but it was thorough, vibrating gently through the room, as if the walls themselves remembered it. We both froze. The sound lingered, steady and calm, and then, unmistakably, someone blew into the microphone. A soft breath, a testing sound, human and precise. In an instant, the warmth of the water felt very far away. My heart fluttered, quick but quiet. I wrapped myself in a towel and stepped into the room, scanning slowly. There were no speakers, no vents, no hidden panels. The only device playing anything was my own speaker, already occupied with music. We searched together, carefully, respectfully, as though the room deserved that courtesy. Nothing revealed itself, and then nothing else happened. No more sounds, no more interruptions. The room returned to its calm, holding its secrets gently. We stayed one more night, peaceful and content. Whatever had brushed past us seemed finished, satisfied with being noticed. A week later, curiosity led me to email the hotel. I asked about the building's history. Pittsburgh is old, layered with stories, and downtown even more so. Their reply arrived quietly, without drama. The building, they said, had once been a telephone factory, and suddenly everything felt aligned. The imagined drafting tables, the public address system, the tools of communication from another era, still echoing faintly in the structure that held them. Not haunting, but remembering. Even now, when I think back on that night, it doesn't feel frightening, just intimate, as if the past leaned in gently, made itself known, and then stepped back into silence. And as that thought settles, the room grows quiet once more, making way for the next soft story, waiting patiently just beyond the dark crescent moon. Some sounds linger longer than they should. They drift through memory, quiet but persistent, like an echo that never quite finds a place to rest. This is one of those sounds. When I was in high school, I used to help my uncle and aunt by babysitting their children. They lived in a peaceful two-story house near the water, the kind of neighborhood where evenings felt slow and safe. The house had tall windows that caught the light just right, and the air always carried a soft hush from the nearby shoreline. Their children were young, one barely out of toddlerhood, the other just starting school. Most days were simple. Cartoons murmured in the background, toys rested where they were dropped, and time passed quietly. One afternoon, I was sitting alone in the den, leaning back on the couch, scrolling through my phone. The house felt still, almost sleepy. That's when I heard it. A baby crying. At first, it didn't alarm me. It sounded distant, muted by walls and distance, the way crying often does in a large house. I assumed the younger child had woken from a nap upstairs. I stood and walked toward the bottom of the staircase, listening carefully. The crying continued, steady, soft, unmistakably distressed. I called out for my aunt, once, then again. No answer. The sound drifted down the stairs, filling the quiet spaces of the house. I hesitated for a moment, then placed my foot on the first step, preparing to go up. That was when something shifted. From outside, faint but clear, I heard laughter. Children's voices. My aunt's voice. They were all outside. Every hair on my body stood up at once. A cold sensation ran slowly down my spine, not sharp or sudden, but deep and heavy. I stood frozen at the base of the stairs, listening. The crying hadn't stopped. It hadn't changed. It continued from upstairs, patient and persistent. I didn't shout. I didn't run. I simply turned around. Quietly, carefully, I walked back through the den, grabbed my keys, and stepped out of the house. As I closed the door behind me, the sound followed, still crying, still present, muffled only by wood and distance. I got into my car and drove away. Years later, at a family gathering, the memory surfaced again. I mentioned it casually, half laughing, half uneasy. My uncle grew quiet. Then he told me something I hadn't known. He and my aunt had heard it too. Before they lived there, a child had once passed away in the upstairs room. My uncle, deeply faithful, had arranged a mass to be said, for peace, for rest, for closure. After that, he said, the crying never returned. The house stayed quiet. Even now, when I think back on that day, it isn't fear that lingers most. It's the stillness. The calm way the sound existed. The way it asked for nothing, only to be heard. And as the night stretches on, and one story fades gently into the next, that old house by the water settles back into silence, waiting softly, like all places do, for memory to pass through once more. Crescent moon. Sometimes the most unsettling moments don't announce themselves. They don't rush in or make a sound. They simply appear, already waiting for you, as if they've always been there. This happened on an ordinary afternoon, the kind of day that usually leaves no trace behind. I had stopped by my parents' house briefly after work to grab a set of spare tires. My sister was away at school, hours from home, and my parents wouldn't be back until much later. The house was empty, calm, and familiar in that quiet way only a childhood home can be. I moved through the routine quickly, changing clothes, gathering what I needed, listening to the soft hum of the house settling around me. Sunlight filtered through the windows, and nothing felt unusual. I grabbed the tires, locked up, and drove straight to a garage to have them installed. A couple of hours passed before I returned. When I stepped back inside, the first thing I noticed was the stillness. The air felt unchanged, exactly as I'd left it. But as I walked toward the living room, something stopped me. There was a chair in the hallway. It sat directly in the center of the space, unfolded and facing the front door, as though it had been placed there with intention. Not tipped over, not pushed aside, just waiting. I paused, trying to place it. It didn't belong. It wasn't one of ours. It was a simple metal folding chair, the kind you see at community events or tucked into storage rooms. Plain, cheap, unremarkable. And yet, it felt strangely out of place, like a sentence that didn't belong in a paragraph. Still, I didn't feel afraid. I assumed there was a simple explanation I couldn't immediately recall. Maybe it had been left behind from something. Maybe I'd just forgotten about it. I folded the chair, carried it out to the garage, and leaned it neatly against my dad's workbench. Then I went on with my evening. A few hours later, my mom came home. As we crossed paths, I casually asked her why she'd left a metal chair standing in the hallway earlier that day. She stopped and looked at me, confused. She told me we didn't own any metal folding chairs. She hadn't been home at all until just before I arrived. I felt a small chill settle in, not sharp or frightening, just quiet and heavy. I explained what I'd seen, how I'd moved the chair to the garage. She listened, eyebrows raised, curious but unconcerned. I offered to show her. When I opened the garage door, the space looked exactly as it always had. The chair was gone. I searched carefully, behind the workbench, along the walls, between boxes and shelves. There was nothing, no sign that a chair had ever been there at all. I remember standing there longer than necessary, letting the moment pass, trying to understand it. I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd touched. And yet, There was no evidence left behind. The house returned to normal after that. No strange sounds. No other unexplained objects. The chair never appeared again, and I never found out where it came from or where it went. Even now, I don't think of it as frightening, just quietly impossible. And as the night deepens and one story drifts gently into the next, that empty hallway remains still, holding its silence, as though it never meant to be noticed at all. Crescent moon. Some stories don't try to frighten you. They arrive softly, like a memory drifting back in the quiet hours. They linger not because they are loud, but because they feel tender and strangely familiar. This one began during a calm chapter of my life, in a small kitchen that always smelled faintly of coffee. My partner at the time had a simple lamp placed on the center island. It wasn't anything special, just a warm, steady light she switched on almost every evening, and again each morning before sunrise when the world was still asleep. That lamp became part of our routine, a quiet signal that the day was beginning or gently coming to an end. Near the end of our relationship, I brought my cat to live with us. She was old, gentle, and cautious in a way that only time can teach. My partner had dogs, and I worried the noise and excitement might be too much for her, but I didn't want to be apart any longer. Slowly, carefully, my cat found her place in the house. She chose the kitchen. More specifically, she loved the small patch of floor near the outlet where that lamp was plugged in. She would curl up there, peaceful and still, soaking in the warmth and the low hum of the house. I used to glance down at her while making coffee, comforted by the quiet rhythm of her breathing. Not long after, she passed away. Her absence settled into the house in a way I wasn't prepared for. The rooms felt larger. The silence felt heavier. I moved through my days distracted and hollow, still expecting to see her curled up in her usual spot. Accepting the loss felt impossible. I carried it with me everywhere, like a quiet ache. About a week later, early one morning, my partner was in the kitchen grinding coffee. I was still in the other room when I heard her suddenly cry out. The sound cut through the calm in a way that startled me. I rushed in to find her standing frozen near the island, eyes wide. She told me she'd felt something cold brush past her ankles, like a sudden breeze, low to the ground. And just after that, she said, the lamp had begun to flicker softly. When she tried to show me, nothing happened. The light remained steady. The room felt normal. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just the early hour, the quiet playing tricks on tired senses. A few days passed. One morning, she asked me to make the coffee. The house was still dim, wrapped in that pale blue light before dawn. I stepped into the kitchen alone, reached for the grinder, and switched on the lamp out of habit. Before the grinder even started, I felt it. A cool rush of air moved around my feet, gentle, swift, unmistakably familiar. Not frightening, just present, almost playful. At the same moment, the lamp flickered once, then again, then settled back into its steady glow. I stood there quietly, heart slowing, breath shallow, not wanting to move. It felt exactly like her, like the way she used to dart past my legs, weaving softly between my feet before settling down. The moment passed as gently as it arrived. The light never flickered again. The air grew still. The kitchen returned to silence. It never happened before that morning. It never happened again after. Despite countless mornings, countless cups of coffee, and hundreds of times using that same outlet, the moment remained alone in time. I don't tell this story as something frightening. I tell it because it felt like a goodbye. And as the night deepens and the quiet stretches on, it's comforting to imagine that sometimes love leaves softly, like a familiar presence passing through one last time, before the darkness gently carries us onward into the next story. Crescent Moon. Some stories don't announce themselves with fear. They arrive softly, like a memory surfacing in a dream. They leave no answers behind, only a quiet wonder that lingers long after the night has passed. This story has stayed with me for years, not because it terrified me, but because it felt deeply personal. Even now, my partner and I sometimes return to it in quiet moments, still unsure how to explain what happened, or whether it was simply a coincidence wrapped in something more meaningful. For most of my life, my grandmother, my Nana, was my safe place. When my parents worked long hours, she was there instead. She watched over me with a calm attentiveness that felt almost instinctive. She could tell when I was unwell before I said a word. She knew when I was hiding something, even from miles away. We shared the same expressions, the same habits, the same quiet way of observing the world. Looking at photos of her when she was young felt like looking into a mirror that reflected the past. About 10 years ago, after a stroke, she moved into a nursing home. Part of her was still there. She recognized us, smiled when we visited, but much of her mind lived elsewhere, drifting through fragments of old memories. Sometimes she spoke clearly. Other times, her words belonged to another time entirely. It was heartbreaking, especially knowing how closely connected we once were. Years later, while I was studying abroad, I met the man who would become my husband. He lived in a different country, and when my visa began to run out, we were faced with a quiet decision about our future. We were young, newly graduated, and deeply in love. Without telling anyone, we chose to elope. Just the two of us. A courthouse. A secret that felt thrilling and harmless at the time. We planned to announce an engagement to our families and hold a proper wedding years later. No one would know. Not yet. We flew back to my home country to visit my parents, hearts light with excitement and nerves. My father picked us up from the airport, the car humming steadily along familiar roads. As we talked, he casually mentioned something that made the air inside the car feel suddenly still. He told us that my Nana had been very upset during his last visit to her. Unusually so. On the exact day we decided to elope, she had spoken clearly, far more clearly than she had in years. She told my family that she had seen it in a dream, that I had run away and gotten married, that I was already someone's wife. She insisted on it, raising her voice in a way she hadn't done since before her stroke. The staff and my family gently dismissed it, assuming it was confusion or worry, or just a dream tangled with memory. My father told us this with a small smile, saying he thought it was sweet how concerned she had been. In the back seat, my husband and I fell completely silent. A cold stillness settled over me. Not fear exactly, but something deeper. A quiet shock. We hadn't told anyone. There was no way for her to know. And yet, somehow she did. When we visited her a few days later, she was her usual self. Gentle, content, happy to hear we were engaged. She had no memory of the incident, no recollection of her certainty. She smiled, held my hand, and asked simple questions about our plans. And that was that. Years have passed since then. We are happily married now. We had our wedding, our celebration, our open beginning. No one ever learned about the elopement that came before it. No one, except my Nana. Whether it was coincidence, intuition, or something that reaches beyond memory, I'll never know. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I think about how some bonds don't fade with time, or even with the mind. Some connections simply whisper, softly, across the distance. And as the night drifts onward, that gentle mystery carries us forward, into the next story waiting in the dark. Crescent moon. Some memories don't rush back all at once. They drift in slowly, like reflections in dark glass. Quiet moments that once felt harmless, until time gives them a softer, stranger weight. This happened many years ago, back when I was still in high school, at an age where nights felt endless and fear was something we flirted with rather than avoided. My friends and I had a favorite place to gather, one particular house that seemed made for noise and laughter. It was enormous, old in a comforting way, with wide rooms that echoed softly and staircases worn smooth by time. His parents were relaxed, welcoming, and never minded when a group of teenagers filled the place with music, conversation, and the glow of screens late into the night. Those evenings followed a familiar rhythm. We cooked together, crowded around televisions, argued over video games, and let the hours stretch far past when they should have ended. The house always felt safe, warm, lived in, full of energy. If it had a past, we didn't think much about it. One night, we were gathered in my friend's upstairs bedroom. The lights were on, the television murmured quietly, and outside the windows the darkness pressed close. The curtains were open, turning the glass into faint mirrors that reflected the room back at itself. That was when it happened. Two people, sitting on opposite sides of the room, startled at the exact same moment. Both of them jolted upright, eyes wide, scanning the space between us. When we asked what was wrong, they spoke almost in unison. In the window's reflection, they had both seen someone walk across the room. No one had moved. The air shifted immediately. Laughter faded. A few of us tried to explain it away. Tired eyes, reflections, tricks of light. But the unease lingered, gentle and persistent. Some of the girls were shaken, and we spent a while calming everyone down, reminding ourselves how easily the mind fills in gaps when it's dark and late. Life moved on, as it usually does. A couple of weeks later, curiosity got the better of us. We found a strange old pack of cards in the house, each one marked with a letter. Someone joked that we could make a makeshift Ouija board. Someone else actually liked the idea. Teenagers have a way of mistaking daring for bravery. We laid the cards out carefully on a large wooden board, arranging the alphabet in a loose circle. We added handmade cards for yes and no, found a glass, and sat around it quietly. The room felt different then, still almost expectant, though no one wanted to say it out loud. When the glass began to move, it did so slowly, calmly, as if guided by patience rather than force. It answered our questions in short, simple responses. It claimed to be a man who had once lived in the house. When we asked how long ago he had died, the answer was vague. Just one word, long. When we asked if he was moving the glass himself, the response came without hesitation. Yes, that should have been enough. But curiosity has a way of leaning too close to the edge. I asked a question I shouldn't have, quietly, almost casually. I asked if he could move something else in the room. Yes. We waited, listened. The house remained perfectly still. No creaks, no shifts, no sound at all. When we asked if anything had been moved, the answer came again. Yes. Nothing seemed different. Eventually, we thanked whatever we had been speaking to and said goodbye properly, careful to close the session the way folklore warned us to. By the time we left, it was late. We were uneasy, but also oddly exhilarated, laughing softly as we stepped back into the night. I walked home with a friend who lived nearby, the quiet street stretching calmly ahead of us. When I reached my front door and stepped inside, my mother called out a gentle warning. She told me to be careful in my room. Earlier that evening, a mirror had fallen from the wall and shattered. They weren't sure all the glass had been cleaned up. I asked when it had happened. She paused, thinking, then answered softly, "About 10:30. The same moment I had asked if something else could be moved. Nothing else happened after that. No more reflections. No more answers. Just a single coincidence. Quiet, precise, and impossible to place anywhere comfortable. I didn't sleep much that night. And as the darkness settles again, and the house around you grows quiet, this story gently fades, making room for the next one waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Crescent moon. Some memories don't frighten you when they first happen. They wait quietly, tucked away in childhood corners. And only years later, when you're older and calmer, do they return, softly unsettling, asking to be understood. When I was in 3rd grade, there was a teacher I adored more than anyone at school. Mrs. Todd was small, always smiling, and seemed to move through the classroom with a kind of gentle energy that made everything feel lighter. She spoke kindly, laughed easily, and made learning feel like a game. To a child, that sort of attention feels like warmth, like safety. She was especially kind to me. She chose me first for activities, praised my work, and made me feel noticed in a room full of desks and restless voices. I remember going home and telling my mother how much I liked her, how she was my favorite person. At that age, admiration comes easily, and questions come slowly. One morning, I sat down at my desk and pulled open the small drawer beneath it. I was just trying to put my things away when I froze. Inside was a glossy magazine, something that didn't belong in a classroom, and definitely didn't belong to me. I felt my face grow hot, my heart racing with the sudden fear of being blamed for something I didn't understand. The student sitting beside me noticed my reaction. We whispered to each other, confused, wondering how something like that could have ended up there. Before we could make sense of it, footsteps approached. Mrs. Todd stood beside my desk, looking down at the open drawer. She asked, calmly, what I had found. I told her the truth, that it had been there when I arrived. She listened, then gently shifted her gaze to the child next to me and said he must have put it there. She repeated it, softly but firmly, again and again, until the room seemed to narrow around that idea. Eventually, confused and eager to please, I agreed. I didn't understand why, only that it felt easier to accept her explanation than to question it. A few days later, after class, she stopped me before I could leave. The classroom was quiet, chairs tucked in, sunlight stretching across the floor. She spoke in a hushed, encouraging voice, telling me about a special opportunity. If I continued doing well, she said, there might be a trip, just the two of us, somewhere far away. A weekend that felt important, secret, and exciting. At the time, I felt proud, chosen. But that trip never happened. Not long after, Mrs. Todd was suddenly gone, replaced without ceremony. A new teacher took her place, one who didn't give me special attention, who treated me like every other student. I remember feeling crushed, like I'd lost something precious without knowing why. Years passed. Growing up has a way of rearranging old memories, turning them slowly in the light. One day, long after childhood had faded, that classroom came back to me. The drawer, the magazine, the repeated insistence, the whispered promise of a private trip. And suddenly, the warmth I remembered felt cold. There was no dramatic ending, no confrontation, just understanding arriving quietly, long after the danger had passed. I was safe. Nothing more happened. But the realization lingered, a reminder that not all fear announces itself loudly. Sometimes it wears a smile. Sometimes it waits patiently for time to reveal its shape. And now, as this memory drifts away again, it softens, dissolving into the quiet night, making space for the next story to unfold, slowly, gently, as sleep draws closer. Crescent moon. Some childhood memories don't arrive with fear at first. They drift back later, softened by time, still holding a quiet echo of wonder and unease, like a shadow remembered more than seen. When I was around 8 years old, recess felt like the freest part of the day. The air always seemed brighter outside, filled with the sounds of shoes scraping concrete, distant laughter, and the low hum of children inventing their own worlds. On one particular afternoon, that familiar rhythm was broken by something unusual. A cluster of kids gathered tightly near the side of the school building. They stood near a small, rarely used storage room, their voices overlapping in nervous excitement. Some were shouting warnings, others whispering urgently. As I got closer, I heard the same phrase repeated again and again, each time with more conviction. Don't go near the door. There's an eye looking back at you. At first, I didn't understand what they meant. An eye where? Why would there be anything inside that dark, forgotten room? But the fear on their faces felt real. Their skin looked pale, their eyes wide, and when they noticed me approaching, several of them stepped in front of the door as if trying to shield me from something dangerous. That only made my curiosity grow stronger. I remember the stillness of that moment, the way the noise of recess seemed to fade slightly, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Slowly, cautiously, I leaned forward. The door was old, painted a dull institutional color, with a small metal keyhole at just the right height for a child to peer through. I bent down and brought my eye close. Inside the darkness, something moved. An eye. It was close, far too close, and unmistakably focused directly on me. It didn't blink. It didn't shift away. It simply stared, silent and unyielding. My chest tightened, a cold rush spreading through me faster than I could understand. Panic took over before thought could catch up, and I stumbled back, overwhelmed by fear. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. Teachers intervened, voices calmed us down, and eventually I found myself sitting quietly in the nurse's office, wrapped in that strange calm that comes after intense fright. The storage room door remained closed, the mystery unresolved, lingering in my mind like an unanswered question. Later that day, once things had settled, a janitor was asked to check the room. He opened the door fully, light spilling into the space, revealing something so ordinary that it felt almost unreal. Inside, propped casually against the door, was a small mirror. The eye we had seen had been our own. There was no creature, no watcher in the dark, just a reflection, magnified by imagination and fear, transformed into something far larger than reality. As children, we had stared into our own curiosity, and frightened ourselves with what stared back. Even now, that memory lingers gently, not as terror, but as a reminder of how easily the mind can turn shadows into stories. And as that thought settles, the playground fades, the door closes once more, and the night opens quietly, ready for the next tale to drift in, slow and soft, guiding you deeper toward sleep. Crescent moon. Some warnings arrive quietly, carried on the evening air, and only make sense long after they've passed, when memory circles back and whispers again. I was 7 years old then, still small enough that my backpack felt heavy against my shoulders, still young enough to believe the world was mostly gentle. Every school day ended the same way. I'd leave the playground and walk one short block to my babysitter's house, a familiar path I'd taken many times before. The street was calm, lined with modest homes and trees that rustled softly in the breeze, their leaves humming like a lullaby meant just for me. That afternoon felt no different at first. The sun was low, warm, but not harsh, and the sidewalk stretched ahead in a way that felt safe and ordinary. My shoes tapped lightly against the concrete as I walked, counting steps without realizing it, my mind drifting the way children's minds do. Then a car slowed beside me. It rolled in quietly, matching my pace, close enough that I could hear the engine idle. I remember stopping, my body reacting before my thoughts could catch up. The driver leaned toward the open window and began gesturing with his hand, urging me closer. His voice cut through the calm, sharp and urgent. "Come here. Come here." I didn't move. My fingers tightened around the straps of my backpack until my hands hurt, my knuckles pale and stiff. I shook my head slowly, the world narrowing to the sound of my own breathing and the steady thrum of the car beside me. I couldn't make myself speak. I couldn't make myself run. I was frozen between fear and instinct. For a moment that felt much longer than it was, the car stayed there. Then the driver said one last thing, his voice lower now, firm and deliberate. "Stay away from Christina." And just like that, the car pulled away, disappearing down the street as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for several seconds, the quiet rushing back and around me. Birds chirped. A door closed somewhere nearby. Life continued. Eventually, I kept walking, carrying that strange sentence with me like a stone in my pocket. Heavy, but easy to forget once the day moved on. Christina was a familiar presence in my childhood. We were friends sometimes, distant other times, drifting between closeness and coldness the way children often do. There was nothing unusual about it. Over time, the memory of the car faded, softened by routine and the steady march of school days. Years passed. By 5th grade, lunchtime had become its own small world, hallways buzzing softly, lockers clanking shut, the faint echo of voices bouncing off tiled floors. One afternoon, another girl I'd known nearly my whole life asked me to walk with her to the pop machine tucked away in the back hall. It felt normal, comfortable, familiar. When we returned to the classroom, Christina approached me with a practiced smile. She told me people had been messing with my lunch, but she'd been kind enough to retrieve it. I thanked her without thinking, relieved more than suspicious. Trust came easily back then. I lifted my drink and took a sip. Something was wrong. The taste was sharp and unfamiliar, setting off an instant alarm in my mind. I stopped, spit it out, and rushed to rinse my mouth, my heart pounding not with fear yet, but confusion. Adults were called. Questions were asked. The calm rhythm of the school day fractured into murmurs and hushed voices. It was later explained to me, gently and carefully, that what had been done could have made me very sick. Rules were put in place. Distance was enforced as best it could be. Life moved forward again, as it always does, but something inside me had shifted. Years later, when I think back on it all, that afternoon walk rises to the surface. The car, the voice, the warning that made no sense at the time, spoken by someone I never saw again. I don't know who that man was, or how he knew a name that would later become so important. I only know that sometimes the world leans in just long enough to whisper, and as that memory fades gently into the quiet, the street grows still once more, the sound of footsteps dissolving into the night, making space for the next story to arrive, slow and soft, as sleep begins to settle in. Crescent moon. Some nights arrive wrapped in quiet, so gentle that even danger seems to move softly within them. And sometimes it's the silence itself that wakes you, the feeling that something has shifted just beyond the window. It was early spring when my wife and I stayed in a small rental property in Bath, tucked away on a narrow, peaceful street. The city had that old-world stillness after dark, the kind where stone walls seem to hold centuries of whispers, and even modern sounds feel muted out of respect for the past. Our room was simple and warm, with a window that looked directly onto the property's gate and a short gravel path leading to the front door. That night, everything felt calm. The air was cool, the sheets were heavy and comforting, and the world outside seemed fully asleep. I had just started to drift when a sound slipped through the quiet. Soft, careful, unmistakable. The gate opened. It wasn't loud. In fact, it was almost polite, as if whoever touched it was trying not to disturb anything at all. Then it closed again, gently. My eyes opened instantly. My body tensed before my mind could catch up. That gate was right outside our window. There was no reason for it to move. I lay still, listening. A moment later, I heard footsteps on the gravel. Slow, measured. Each step placed with intention, as though the person knew exactly how sound travels at night. My heartbeat grew louder in my ears, steady but firm, and I held my breath as the steps drew closer to the front door. Then the motion sensor light snapped on. Against the wall outside our room, a shadow flickered, quick, human, unmistakable. It darted and shifted, stretched thin by the sudden light. In that instant, sleep vanished completely, replaced by a sharp, focused alertness. Every sense felt tuned too high, every second stretching longer than it should. I moved quietly through the house, careful not to make unnecessary noise, positioning myself near the front door. The air felt thick, waiting. Outside, nothing moved. No footsteps, no voices. Just the hum of the light and the soft night pressing in around the building. The silence lingered far longer than comfort allows. Then, abruptly, it broke. Footsteps again, this time faster, uneven, no longer careful. Gravel scattered. The gate slammed shut with a sudden finality, echoing softly down the street before the quiet rushed back in to erase it. My wife whispered from behind me, her voice low and tense. She said she saw it too, that the moment the light went dark, the person ran. We stood there for a while after that, listening to nothing, feeling the house settle around us once more. No doors opened. Nothing else stirred. Eventually, we returned to bed, though sleep came slowly and lightly, as if we were afraid to sink too deep. By morning, the path outside looked exactly the same as it had the day before. The gate stood still. The gravel lay undisturbed. Bath continued on, beautiful and quiet and ancient, as if nothing unusual had passed through the night. Even now, when I think back on it, what stays with me isn't fear, but the care in those movements. The way whoever it was tried so hard not to be heard. And how quickly they vanished when light found them. Some encounters don't leave answers behind. They simply fade back into the dark, making room for the next quiet story to unfold. As the night carries on, calm and watchful. Crescent moon. Some fears arrive loudly. Others settle in quietly, day by day, until they feel like the air you breathe. This is a story about a life that grew smaller without ever going dark, and the soft, unsettling silence that came with it. For as long as I can remember, my world was carefully contained. My mother and my grandmother loved me deeply, or at least that was how it was always explained to me. Their love came wrapped in rules, warnings, and constant watchfulness. I wasn't allowed to visit friends, even relatives. Walking alone down the street was forbidden. Going outside by myself was considered dangerous. Even ordinary things, cooking, learning to drive, earning money, were treated like distant threats waiting to harm me. As a child, I accepted it. The house became my universe. The walls felt safe, familiar, and endlessly quiet. I learned to entertain myself in small ways, to be careful with my words, to move gently so as not to alarm anyone. The outside world existed mostly through windows and stories. As I grew older, the boundaries didn't loosen. They tightened. By the time I was 19, the rules had become absolute. I was told I didn't need a job. I didn't need money. Everything I could possibly need, I was told, already existed within that house. The idea of independence was spoken about as if it were a sickness, something that could infect me if I wasn't careful. Still, somewhere deep inside, a quiet resistance began to form. I started saving what little I could. Loose change found in drawers. Small amounts earned from chores. Nothing obvious. Everything hidden carefully, because I knew that if it were discovered, it would disappear. Money, I was told, didn't belong to me. It belonged to the household. It belonged to them. Every coin felt heavy with meaning. Each one whispered of possibility. One day, with my heart pounding softly but steadily, I packed a bag. I chose only what I thought I might need. I moved quietly, slowly, as though silence itself might protect me. But before I could reach the door, the moment collapsed. I was stopped, pulled back, restrained by hands I had known my entire life. My phone was taken, reported missing, placed out of reach. That night, someone slept near my bed, as if guarding against a dream that might try to escape. Time blurred after that. I remember being taken to a church, the air heavy with incense and murmured prayers. Hours passed while people spoke over me, around me, about me. I stayed still. I stayed quiet. No one asked me what I wanted. No one questioned the story they had been given. When I tried again weeks later, this time with a bus ticket hidden carefully away, I was met not with freedom, but familiarity. A relative I trusted offered help, spoke gently, told me they only wanted to talk. The car door closed softly. The lock clicked. The ride ended exactly where it always did. After that, the world grew even smaller. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into months. Cars appeared in the driveway sometimes, blocking exits, creating quiet barriers that didn't need words. I learned the rhythm of the house in new ways. The creak of floorboards, the sound of keys, the long stretches of stillness where nothing happened at all. And yet, even then, something inside me remained calm, watchful, patient. Eventually, slowly, carefully, that patience led me outward. Help arrived not all at once, but in small, deliberate steps. The details are less important than the feeling. The first breath of air that felt like my own. The first moment of quiet that wasn't imposed. Looking back now, what lingers isn't anger or panic. It's the eeriness of how gentle control can feel. How fear doesn't always shout. Sometimes it hums softly in the background, like a lullaby meant to keep you still. And as this story drifts to a close, the house grows quiet again. The night smooths its edges. And somewhere beyond these walls, another story waits, softly, patiently, to be told. Crescent moon. Some nights feel familiar enough to move through without thought. The dark becomes a quiet companion, not a threat. And yet, every now and then, the night gently reminds you how easily the mind can wander when the lights are low. I was sitting in my room, late as usual, the soft glow of my computer screen washing over the walls in pale blue light. The house around me was deeply asleep. Every sound felt amplified. The faint hum of electronics, the distant settling of wood, my own breathing as I worked quietly, careful not to disturb anyone. Eventually, the simple need to step away crept in. I pushed my chair back slowly, stood, and opened my door with deliberate care. I was staying with family for a few weeks, in a house I had known all my life. I'd spent a month here almost every year since childhood. Midnight trips down the hallway were nothing new. I knew the layout so well I could walk it with my eyes closed, and often did. The path to the bathroom was a familiar shape in my mind. Out the door. A few steps. A left turn. Another short stretch. Another left. Down the hall. Bathroom door. Muscle memory guided me effortlessly. I turned on the bathroom light, let the quiet do its work, then turned the light back off, plunging myself once more into gentle darkness. Heading back, I chose not to turn on the hallway light. Everyone was asleep, and the darkness felt manageable. I let my hands skim the wall, counting steps in my head. A right turn. A few more steps. Another right turn, or so I thought. That was when something shifted. Out of the corner of my vision, I sensed movement. Not fast, not loud, just present. I stopped immediately, heart steady but attentive, and listened. The house remained silent. No footsteps, no whispers, only the familiar stillness of a sleeping home. I took another careful step. Again I noticed it, a shadow, deep and indistinct, seeming to slide gently through the darkness ahead of me. This time, it felt closer, intentional, as though it were moving toward me rather than away. I froze, breath shallow, senses stretched thin in the pitch-black hallway. I reminded myself that I knew this house. I'd walked these halls countless times. Still, the feeling lingered, curling softly in my chest. I took one more step forward. The shadow appeared again, larger now, closer, almost directly in front of my face, yet impossible to focus on. It didn't have edges. It didn't have shape. Just a shifting absence of light that seemed to grow with each movement I made. Panic brushed against my thoughts. Not sharp, not loud, just enough to make me consider calling out and breaking the silence. Instead, I reached forward, aiming for my bedroom door. That's when my nose gently touched something cool and solid. A mirror. The one hanging beside my door, angled just enough to catch my reflection in the dark. I stood there, breathing slowly, the realization settling in like a soft blanket. I hadn't made that second turn after all. I'd been walking straight toward myself the entire time, my own shadow stretching and shrinking with every cautious step. The house remained quiet, peaceful, unchanged. I turned on the light, stepped into my room, and closed the door behind me. The mirror reflected nothing more than a tired face and a faint smile of relief. The night returned to its calm rhythm, as though nothing had happened at all. And as the darkness settles once more, the hallway fades back into memory. The silence grows gentle again, and somewhere ahead, another quiet story waits, slowly unfolding in the dark, crescent moon. Some moments arrive quietly, wrapped in ordinary daylight. They don't announce themselves as turning points. Only later do they reveal how close the air once felt, and how gently fate stepped aside. I was in my mid-20s then, finishing a long workday and taking my usual walk home through the neighborhood park. It was summer, the kind of afternoon where the sun lingered warmly and the sky felt wide and harmless. During the day, the park was alive, dog walkers drifting past, couples resting on benches, distant laughter blending with birdsong. Nothing about it felt dangerous. Nothing ever had. There was a small iron gate near the center of the park that I used as a shortcut. I'd passed through it hundreds of times. It opened onto a quiet road that led straight toward home, saving me several minutes and a few unnecessary turns. That afternoon, I headed toward it without thinking, enjoying the steady rhythm of my footsteps and the calm that follows a day finally done. As I drew closer, I noticed two young men standing directly in front of the gate. They weren't doing anything obvious. They weren't loud or aggressive. They were simply there, still, watching. Something in me paused before my feet did. A soft, instinctive unease brushed through my thoughts, the kind that doesn't shout but gently taps on the inside of your chest. For a moment, I considered turning away. Then I told myself not to be foolish. It was broad daylight. People were scattered all around the park. I reasoned that I'd just ask them to move aside and continue on my way. With that, I kept walking, even as the quiet tension refused to fade. As I got closer, one of the men shifted out of sight. The other suddenly raised his voice, calling out casually, almost cheerfully, asking me for the time. The sound felt too loud, too deliberate. And then I saw movement near the bushes beside the gate. Low, careful movement, as if someone were crouching there, trying not to be noticed. My steps slowed. That's when I noticed the car. It was parked just beyond the gate, close enough to feel intentional. Shapes moved beside it, figures keeping low, partially hidden by the vehicle itself. I couldn't count how many. My thoughts sharpened instantly, snapping into place with a clarity that felt almost cold. This wasn't random. This wasn't harmless. Before anyone could say another word, I turned around. I didn't run at first. I simply changed direction and began walking quickly, forcing myself to stay calm. Behind me, the same voice called out again, louder this time, repeating the question as if it were nothing more than a joke. I didn't look back. I focused on the path ahead, aiming for another exit at the far end of the park. My heartbeat grew heavy in my ears. Every footstep sounded too loud. Every passing stranger felt like a lifeline. I resisted the urge to break into a full sprint, afraid that panic might draw attention I didn't want. The voice didn't call again. Still, The fear followed me all the way home, thin and persistent. I kept listening for footsteps behind me, for the sound of a car engine starting, for anything out of place. When I finally reached my front door, my hands trembled so badly it took me 2 tries to get the key into the lock. Inside, I closed the door and stood there for a long moment, breathing slowly, letting the safety of familiar walls settle around me. Even now, when I think back on that afternoon, the sunlight feels deceptive. The park looks the same in my memory. Green, open, peaceful, but the feeling beneath it lingers. A quiet certainty that something terrible almost happened, and then didn't. The day continued on. Life went on. And as night gently falls and the world grows still, that memory fades into the background, making room for the next quiet story, waiting softly in the dark. They begin with a quiet vibration in your pocket. A phone lighting up in the dark again and again, asking nothing, and yet knowing too much. It started when I was still in high school, during those years when life feels ordinary and endlessly open. I was a sophomore then, living in the comfort of routine, classes, friends, familiar hallways, the gentle noise of a house that always felt safe. That was when the messages began. Strange texts, silent phone calls, nothing dramatic, nothing overtly threatening. In those days, prank calls were common, almost expected, so I brushed them off without much thought. They would arrive in clusters, lingering for weeks, then vanish just as quietly. Time would pass, and I'd forget they ever happened, until they returned again, like a recurring dream you can never quite remember until you're already inside it. By my junior year, the tone had subtly changed. The calls no longer felt random. They reached my cell phone, and then my home phone, too. That detail unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I rarely gave out my house number anymore. It belonged to an earlier version of my life, one I thought I'd grown past. Still, I told myself there had to be an explanation. There always is, if you don't look too closely. Around that time, I started dating someone. Almost immediately, the messages began to orbit him as well. He would receive calls filled with quiet suggestions, half-formed accusations, questions about where I was at any given moment. The voice on the other end always seemed to know just enough to cause doubt, never enough to be proven false. It planted seeds, gentle and persistent, and slowly they grew into tension between us. And then, as always, it stopped. College felt like an escape, a fresh start. I let go of old accounts, old connections, old names attached to earlier versions of myself. I kept only what felt safe, what felt real. The calls faded into memory, filed away as something strange but finished. Halfway through my first year, they returned. This time, they knew more. Details about my routines. Small truths pulled from places I hadn't shared publicly. Each message felt like someone standing just outside the edge of my life, close enough to see in, but careful never to step fully into the light. And again, just as I began to think about asking for help, the silence returned. I moved off campus during my sophomore year, sharing an apartment with 3 girls who quickly became part of my new normal. For a while, things were calm. Then one night, my phone lit up again. Familiar words, familiar patterns. But now the messages carried a colder edge. Subtle threats. Implications meant to humiliate rather than frighten. No matter how many numbers I blocked, new ones appeared. It felt endless, like trying to close a door in a hallway lined with mirrors. The next day, I changed my number, but the damage lingered. I began pulling inward, trusting fewer people, shrinking my world down to just one person, the same person who had been there through nearly all of it. I didn't notice how small my life had become. At the time, it felt like safety. One night, after a disagreement that left emotions raw and unresolved, I returned home late. The house was quiet, still. A little after 2 in the morning, the phone began to ring. Again. And again. Each call carried a voice I didn't recognize, asking for things that made no sense, speaking as though they already knew me. Eventually, we unplugged the phone. Morning brought clarity I could no longer avoid. Together, my parents and I uncovered the truth. My number had been posted online, presented as something it wasn't. A door had been opened deliberately, quietly, with intention. Patterns that once seemed coincidental suddenly aligned. Leaving that relationship took time. Untangling manipulation always does. But eventually, I stepped away. I chose distance. I chose healing. And for a long while, the world was silent again. Years passed. I met someone kind, steady, safe. We built a life grounded in trust. I thought the past had finally stayed where it belonged. Until one day, it didn't. The messages returned, careful and precise, arriving only at moments meant to cause doubt. But this time, I wasn't alone. This time, I didn't carry the fear by myself. We chose not to ignore it. We chose light over silence. Another report was made. Another number changed. Boundaries drawn firmly, finally. And just like that, it stopped. Now, when I look back, I see the story differently. Not as a series of strange coincidences, but as a long, quiet lesson about intuition, control, and the cost of ignoring unease. Some shadows don't rush at you. They wait. They whisper. They linger. But they fade when named. And as this memory gently settles into the past, the night grows calm once more. making space for the next story, drifting softly in, on a slow and steady breath. Sometimes the quietest moments feel the most unsettling. A peaceful afternoon, a familiar room, a house that still smells new. Nothing seems wrong until something small catches your eye, and the calm begins to slowly unravel. This happened a few months after I had moved into my house, during one of those rare long weekends where time stretches gently. The rooms were bright with daylight, the air filled with the soft warmth of something baking in the oven. I spent the morning doing ordinary things, cleaning surfaces, tidying corners, enjoying the simple comfort of being alone in a place that was finally mine. While the food finished cooking, I stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower. The sound of running water echoed softly against the tiles, steady and calming. I had just wrapped myself in a towel when the oven timer began its gentle, insistent beeping, calling me back to the kitchen. I moved quickly, barefoot against the cool floor, turned off the oven, and set about preparing the rest of the meal. Everything felt normal, familiar. Afterward, I returned to the bathroom to finish getting ready, letting the house settle back into quiet. When I came into the kitchen again, adjusting my clothes and thinking about nothing in particular, my eyes drifted down to the floor. That was when I saw it. A small, dark spot against the white tile. Barely noticeable. Perfectly still. For a moment, I just stood there, listening to the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of a car passing outside. My heart began to beat a little faster, not from panic yet, but from confusion. The house had been empty, the doors locked. I hadn't dropped anything. The spot hadn't been there before. A slow, creeping unease settled in. I stepped back, letting my imagination quietly fill the silence with possibilities I didn't want to entertain. The house suddenly felt larger, the rooms deeper, the corners darker than they had a moment earlier. I left the house to get some air, my thoughts racing, and reached out to someone nearby for company, just in case. Together, we moved carefully through the rooms, opening doors, checking quiet spaces. Everything was exactly as it should have been. The house remained still and empty, holding no secrets beyond the ordinary clutter of daily life. Even the basement, with its shadows and stored boxes, offered nothing more than silence. Eventually, the tension eased. The spot was cleaned away. The day continued, but my mind lingered on it. I replayed the moment again and again, searching for an explanation. The house hadn't changed. Nothing else was out of place. And yet, the memory of that small mark on the floor stayed with me, quietly persistent, like a thought you can't quite shake. Hours later, the answer arrived gently, without drama. A simple, human explanation, one that connected all the pieces so softly it almost felt anticlimactic. The house hadn't been disturbed. Nothing strange had entered. The moment had only been a brief misunderstanding, magnified by solitude and imagination. And just like that, the fear dissolved. The house returned to its calm state, walls breathing quietly, floors holding no secrets. I made myself comfortable again, feeling a little foolish, but also strangely relieved. Some scares aren't warnings at all, just reminders of how easily the mind wanders when left alone with silence. As the evening settled in and the light began to fade, that moment drifted gently into memory, making room for the next quiet story, waiting patiently in the dark, ready to be told. Sometimes the most unsettling moments arrive quietly, hidden inside an ordinary morning routine. A familiar home, a forgotten phone, and a silence that suddenly feels watched. My cousin and his family had lived in their house for years, long enough for it to feel fully settled, comfortably predictable. It was a modest place, filled with the gentle rhythms of daily life. Morning light filtered softly through the windows. Toys rested where they'd been left the night before. The air carried that faint, comforting scent of warm laundry and baby powder that clings to homes with infants inside. That morning began like any other. My cousin had already left for work, the door closing behind him hours earlier. His wife bundled their baby into the car, heading out to daycare before starting her own day. The world felt calm, unhurried. But only a few minutes down the road, she realized her phone wasn't with her. It was a small inconvenience, nothing more. She turned the car around and returned home, expecting nothing except a quick stop before continuing on her way. As she stepped back inside, the house greeted her with its usual stillness. No sounds, no movement, just the quiet hum of appliances and the distant ticking of a clock somewhere down the hall. She turned the corner toward the hallway and froze. Hanging down from the ceiling was the attic ladder, fully extended. It hovered in the narrow space like something out of place, its wooden steps casting long, soft shadows along the walls. The attic had never been used. It was filled with loose insulation, forgotten and untouched since they'd moved in. My cousin hadn't been home for hours. No one else should have been there. For a moment, time seemed to slow. Her breath grew shallow. The house felt different now, larger, heavier. The quiet no longer felt peaceful. It felt intentional. She didn't call out. She didn't step closer. Trusting an instinct she couldn't quite explain, she backed away, left the house just as quietly as she'd entered, and drove a short distance down the street. From there, with her heart still pounding softly in her chest, she called the police. When they arrived, the house was searched carefully, room by room, ceiling to floor. What they discovered turned the calm home into something far more disturbing, yet still eerily quiet. Hidden throughout the house were small cameras, almost invisible, tucked into places no one would think to look. A light fixture in the shower, the ceiling fan above the bed, even a tiny opening in the nursery wall aimed toward the crib, each one silently recording, transmitting footage to a nearby location. The source was traced quickly. A neighbor several houses away. He had been given a spare key years earlier by the previous owners, and never returned it. Once he learned my cousin's routine, the times they left, the times they came home, he used that knowledge carefully, quietly, patiently, over years. That morning, he had been inside the house, adjusting his equipment, updating it, watching. But he'd forgotten something at his own place and stepped out briefly, just long enough for my cousin's wife to return and see the ladder. The timing was the only thing that saved them from never knowing. The police handled the rest. The equipment was removed. The threat was gone. The house eventually returned to what it once was, a place of safety, warmth, and quiet evenings. But even now, when the lights are low and the rooms are still, that memory lingers like a soft echo, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things don't announce themselves at all. They hide in silence. They wait in familiarity. And then, just as gently, they fade away, making space for the next quiet story, drifting slowly into the dark, where the night continues to whisper. Some nights leave a mark so soft, you almost convince yourself it was a dream, and yet, years later, the memory still waits in the dark, exactly where you left it. When I was a teenager, my parents were away for the weekend, and the house felt unusually large without them. At night, I chose to sleep in their bedroom, drawn there by the quiet comfort of the television and the familiar scent of their pillows. The glow from the screen filled the room with a low, bluish light, soft enough to feel safe, steady enough to keep the shadows at bay. Outside, the house rested in deep silence, the kind that settles after midnight when even the walls seem to breathe more slowly. I lay half awake, drifting between thoughts and static-filled dreams, when a strange sensation stirred in my chest. It wasn't fear at first, just the unmistakable feeling of being watched. My eyes opened, and without fully understanding why, I turned my gaze toward the hallway beyond the bedroom door. There, standing perfectly still, was a shape. It wasn't detailed, not really. Just the outline of a person, formed entirely of darkness, darker than the surrounding shadows. The faint light from the television brushed against the hallway walls, making the figure unmistakable. It had the height and posture of a man, solid and calm, as though it belonged there. I sat up slowly, my heart beginning to beat louder in my ears. For a moment, longer than felt possible, we simply looked at each other. No movement, no sound, just a quiet awareness shared between us, suspended in the heavy air of the house. Fear settled into me, not sharp or panicked, but deep and cold, pressing gently against my ribs. Then, without urgency, the figure turned away. It moved down the hallway with smooth, deliberate steps, its outline dissolving into the darkness as it went. A few seconds later, the silence broke. A sudden crash echoed through the house, sharp, final, and unsettling. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I reached for the remote with shaking hands and changed the channel, letting cheerful voices and bright music spill into the room, clinging to the sound like a lifeline until sleep finally claimed me. Morning arrived quietly, as if nothing had happened. Sunlight filled the hallway, soft and ordinary. I stepped out of the bedroom and walked toward the bathroom, trying to convince myself that the night had been nothing more than imagination. That's when I saw it. A mirror that had once hung neatly on the wall now lay shattered on the floor, glass scattered like frozen water across the tiles. No one else was home. No explanation fit neatly into place. My family never believed me when I told them what I'd seen. They still don't. But some moments don't need belief from others to remain real. They stay with you, tucked gently into memory, resurfacing in quiet hours when the house is dark and the hallway feels just a little too long. And as that memory slowly fades, the night continues on, making room for the next story, waiting patiently in the shadows. Some fears arrive without warning, blooming suddenly in the quietest places. They rise in the mind before logic has time to speak, and for a moment they feel completely real. I was 20 years old, spending a late night with friends in a place that felt forgotten by time. It was a narrow, aging bridge in a small community called El Lobo, surrounded by open land and long stretches of darkness. The kind of place where the night feels wider than usual, and the sky presses down gently but insistently. We had parked our truck right on the bridge, its headlights spilling pale beams across the wood and metal, illuminating our breath and the faint movements of our hands as we talked and laughed quietly. There was no rush, no real destination. Just young voices, soft music humming from somewhere inside the truck, and the low comfort of being together. The creek beneath the bridge moved slowly, almost silently, its presence more imagined than seen. Every now and then, a breeze drifted through, carrying the earthy scent of water and plants from below. At some point, I wandered closer to the edge and looked down. That was when everything inside me stopped. At the base of the bridge, near the creek's bank, something appeared to be growing. Not slowly, not gently. It seemed to stretch upward at an impossible speed, rising fast enough to make my vision blur. In the sharp glow of the headlights, it looked alive, tendrils unfolding, shadows stacking upon themselves, reaching higher and higher as if drawn toward us. In that instant, my mind filled in the blanks without mercy. My heart began to race. My skin felt tight and hot. 1,000 thoughts collapsed into one overwhelming certainty. This thing was real, and it was coming closer. The world narrowed to that single, impossible movement below the bridge, and for a breathless moment, it felt as though the night itself had turned against us. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. Fear wrapped around me gently but firmly, like hands pressing me in place. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the shape softened. The movement slowed, thinned, and drifted apart. Someone had flicked a cigarette over the edge of the bridge. What I had been watching was smoke, thin, pale ribbons curling upward through the headlights, twisting and stretching as the air carried them higher. The light had sculpted it into something unfamiliar, something my tired late-night mind had turned into a living threat. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. One of my friends laughed nervously and admitted they had seen it too. That same split second of absolute certainty, that same quiet terror. We stood there for a moment longer, letting the night settle back into itself, the bridge returning to nothing more than wood, metal, and shadows. Even now, years later, we still talk about it. Not because it was truly dangerous, but because it reminds us how easily the mind can transform the ordinary into something otherworldly, especially under dim lights and open skies. And as the smoke faded into the dark, the night reclaimed its calm, making space for the next strange moment, waiting quietly, just beyond the edge of the light. Sometimes, the quiet places feel quiet for a reason. They hold their breath, as if remembering something. And when you finally notice that stillness, it can feel like the night has been watching you all along. For a few months of my life, my car was my home. Each evening, I would drive just beyond the edges of town, following narrow logging roads that disappeared into trees and shadow. I was always careful to choose places that felt unnoticed, far enough away to be empty, but close enough that I didn't feel completely lost. At night, I'd settle into the driver's seat, listening to the soft ticking of the engine cooling down and the distant hush of wind moving through leaves. Eventually, I found a spot that seemed almost perfect. It was tucked away, quiet, and rarely used. No headlights passed by. No footsteps crunched nearby. The darkness there felt thick but calm, like a blanket laid gently over the forest. That first night, I parked, reclined my seat, and let myself drift toward sleep. Sometime in the night, I woke with a strange certainty. Someone was outside my car. It felt vivid and immediate, like a dream that hadn't quite let go of me yet. I didn't hear anything specific, just a presence, a sense of being observed through the glass. My heart beat faster as I stared into the darkness beyond the windshield, half expecting a face to appear. Nothing did. Eventually, the feeling faded, and I told myself it was just a waking dream brought on by exhaustion. Still, I chose different places to sleep for the next few nights. After some time passed, I convinced myself the spot hadn't done anything wrong. So I returned. That night, sleep came slowly, and when it did, it brought the same uneasy visions. Someone lingering just beyond the reach of the headlights. Someone moving quietly, too quietly, around the car. I woke with my hands tight on the steering wheel, my breath shallow, the forest pressing in from all sides. I tried one more night. The dreams returned again, heavier this time. That was enough. I stayed away from that place for a long while, writing it off as somewhere my mind simply didn't rest well. But one afternoon, worn down by lack of sleep, I found myself back there. I told myself it would only be a short nap. Daylight filtered through the trees, and everything looked harmless in the soft glow of the sun. I had been resting for maybe 10 minutes when a sound reached me, a gentle rustle like branches shifting. Then another. I opened my eyes just as a man emerged from the bushes beside the road, pushing a bicycle slowly through the brush. He passed so close to my car that I could hear the quiet click of the wheels. I recognized him instantly, a familiar figure from town, someone who often searched trash cans for bottles. His expression was calm, almost neutral, as if this was simply part of his routine. And in that moment, everything made sense. The dreams, the feeling of being watched, the sense that the place wasn't as empty as it seemed. He disappeared back into the trees without a word, leaving the forest exactly as it had been, still, silent, and pretending nothing had happened. I started the car and drove away slowly, feeling oddly relieved now that the mystery had a shape. Some places aren't haunted by anything supernatural. They're simply shared, quietly, by lives you never see. And as the road carried me onward, the trees closed in behind me once more, ready to keep their secrets until the next traveler arrives. Some buildings seem to remember the people who passed through them. They hold quiet impressions, like breath on cold glass. And sometimes, when the night is still enough, those memories feel close enough to touch. Several years ago, I spent a few nights at a hotel tucked deep within the New Forest, a wide stretch of ancient woodland along the southern coast of England. The hotel itself had once been a hunting lodge, built in the 19th century, its stone walls softened by age and moss. By day, it appeared dignified and calm, surrounded by tall trees and winding paths. Birds called from the canopy, and sunlight filtered gently through the leaves. But from the moment I stepped into my room, something felt unsettled. It was not fear exactly, more like a constant awareness, as though the air itself was occupied. I had the persistent sensation that I was not alone, that something unseen lingered just beyond my field of vision. I am not someone prone to imagination or superstition, and that made the feeling all the more uncomfortable. It stayed with me as I unpacked, as I sat on the edge of the bed, as the evening light slowly faded from the tall windows. Later, over dinner, I spoke casually with others from our group. To my surprise, several people hesitated before admitting they felt the same way. Restless, watched, uneasy for reasons they couldn't explain. We laughed it off gently, unwilling to give the discomfort too much space, but the unease followed me back upstairs. That night, sleep did not come easily. For the first time in my adult life, I left the lights on. The room felt too large, the shadows too deep. When I eventually drifted off, it was not into rest, but into a dream so vivid it felt borrowed from another life. I found myself lying low in a narrow trench, earth pressed close on all sides. The air trembled with distant thunder, not from the sky, but from heavy impacts rolling endlessly across the ground. There was noise everywhere, rhythmic and overwhelming, yet somehow muted, as if heard through layers of fog. I woke abruptly, my heart racing, my skin cold with sweat. For a moment, I couldn't tell where I was. Then the room returned slowly. The bed, the dim light, a dull, repetitive banging sound somewhere above, likely loose metal shifting in the wind. Still, the feeling did not fade. My chest felt tight with emotion I couldn't name. Sorrow, fear, exhaustion, all tangled together. I had the strange certainty that I was surrounded, not physically, but emotionally, as if echoes of others pressed close in the darkness. Sleep never returned that night. I sat awake, wrapped in a blanket, drifting in and out of a foggy awareness until morning arrived. Downstairs at breakfast, while waiting for coffee, I noticed a framed display along the wall. Old photographs, sepia-toned faces. A small plaque explained that during the First World War, the building had been converted into a military hospital. Wounded soldiers had once filled its rooms. Beds lined the halls. Pain, hope, fear, and quiet endurance had lived there for years. I stood very still as I read it. I had known none of this before arriving. I hadn't watched or read anything about the war in recent memory. Yet the weight of the night suddenly had a shape, a history. I can't explain it neatly, and I don't try to. I only know how deeply it affected me. For the remainder of the stay, I slept in another room with a close friend. Even there, the atmosphere felt heavy, subdued. My friend admitted they were relieved not to be alone. The forest outside remained beautiful, silent, and watchful, while the old lodge seemed to exhale slowly, as if settling back into itself. Some places carry more than walls and furniture. They carry traces, quiet, lingering impressions of lives once lived there. And as the morning light softened the shadows once more, the hotel returned to stillness, waiting patiently for the next story to drift through its halls. Some sounds linger long after they should have faded. They echo softly, as if unsure whether they're meant to leave. And sometimes, when a house grows quiet enough, those sounds seem to remember how to return. This happened years ago, in an old house I lived in while staying in Toronto. 3 of us shared the main floor, each with our own small room and routines that gently overlapped. Below us, in the basement, lived a man we barely knew. He kept to himself, rarely came upstairs, and existed mostly as a presence rather than a person. What we did know was simple. He played video games late into the night. He smoked a lot. And almost every evening, without fail, we could hear him coughing. It wasn't the kind of cough you ignore. It was deep, ragged, persistent, rolling through the floorboards like a storm trying to clear its throat. Sometimes it would go on for minutes at a time, slow and strained, followed by long pauses that made you wonder if it had finally stopped for good. Then it would start again, steady and unsettling, echoing through the quiet house. Over time, I began to notice something strange. The sound didn't feel like it was coming from directly beneath my bedroom. Instead, it seemed slightly off to the side, tucked somewhere deeper, somewhere hollow. One evening, curiosity got the better of us. My roommate and I went out to the garage and jumped on the concrete floor. Beneath our feet, the sound rang hollow, like an empty space waiting underneath. There was a room below the garage. Eventually, the man in the basement moved out. Not with drama, just quietly as he had lived. Soon after, a close friend of ours took his place, moving into the basement apartment. We were excited, mostly because this meant we could finally explore that strange, unseen part of the house we'd been hearing for so long. The first time we went downstairs, the basement felt cold and neglected. The air was stale, heavy, as though it hadn't been disturbed in a while. Our friend led us through the narrow space until we reached the laundry room, directly beneath my bedroom. That's where we found it. A small red door. It was low to the ground and slightly crooked, set into the wall like it had been added as an afterthought. When it opened, it revealed a bare concrete room, windowless, dim, and filled with discarded furniture and trash. Old chairs, broken items, piles of forgotten things layered with dust and mold. The air inside felt thick and unpleasant, something you didn't want to breathe too deeply. This, apparently, was the room beneath the garage. It wasn't mysterious in the way we'd imagined. It wasn't interesting or secret. It was just wrong, oppressive, a place no one should spend time in, let alone linger. The idea that someone had sat there daily, in that damp, forgotten space, suddenly felt deeply unsettling. Our friend was frustrated by the condition of the basement. He couldn't understand why the place had been left like this. From our perspective, it made sense. The previous tenant had just moved out, right? There hadn't been time to clean. But then he said something that made my stomach tighten. The man in the basement had been gone for 2 weeks. No one had lived there. No one had cleaned it. No one had used that space. And yet, for those same 2 weeks, every night, I had still heard the coughing. The sound came back to me in memory. Deep, wet, patient. Always from that same hollow place beneath the garage. I felt a slow chill trace its way up my spine as the realization settled quietly in my chest. There was no panic, no sudden fear, just a heavy stillness, like the house itself was holding its breath. That night, the basement felt quieter than ever, and strangely, so did the room beneath the garage. The coughing never returned after that, as if whatever had been echoing there no longer needed to. Some houses don't let go of their sounds right away. They replay them softly, out of habit, out of memory. And as the night deepens, and the walls grow still once more, we drift gently onward, into the next quiet story, waiting patiently in the dark. Some memories don't fade the way others do. They soften around the edges, blur with time. Yet somehow they keep their eyes open in the dark, waiting patiently to be remembered. When I was a child, sleep was never a place of rest. It was something I approached cautiously, knowing it would be brief and unsettled. Night after night, my dreams were crowded with fear, and my waking hours were shaped by exhaustion. I rarely slept more than a few hours at a time. The nights felt stretched and thin, as though darkness lingered longer for me than it did for anyone else. Because of that constant tiredness, my mind began to play quiet tricks. I would notice movement just beyond my vision, shadows slipping away the moment I tried to focus on them. I learned to dismiss it. A tired brain, I told myself. An imagination running loose in the dark. Most of the time, when I turned to look, there was nothing there at all. But one night, there was. I was walking down the hallway of my childhood home, the house wrapped in that deep, gentle silence that settles after midnight. The lights were dim, just enough to outline familiar shapes. As I passed the doorway, that old instinct stirred again, the feeling of being watched. I turned my head slowly, expecting the usual emptiness. Instead, I saw something standing there. It was tall and narrow, like a figure made of smoke that had learned how to hold its shape. The edges of it shifted softly, as though it were breathing without lungs. But its eyes were different. They were solid, steady, a quiet yellow glow that didn't flicker or fade, even in the low light. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I simply stood there, frozen in a calm so deep it felt unreal. The fear wasn't sharp or loud. It was heavy, ancient. It pressed gently against my chest, filling me with a certainty that something was deeply wrong. After what felt like a long, suspended moment, the hallway seemed to swallow the figure, and it was gone. The silence returned, unbroken. Years passed, and life moved forward as it always does. The nightmares faded. Sleep slowly became kinder. That memory settled into the back of my mind, dulled by time and daylight. I grew up. I forgot. Much later, my father mentioned something in passing, almost casually. When I was young, he said, our church believed I was being troubled by something. Something with yellow eyes. He hadn't known why, only that they'd been certain. I had never told him what I'd seen. The memory stirred, uncomfortable but distant. And eventually, Even that feeling quieted. Until a few months ago. I took my younger sister to a late-night movie, one of those quiet midnight showings where the theater feels like it exists outside of time. On the drive home, we talked softly about strange experiences, childhood fears, the kinds of things that feel easier to share when the world is asleep. We laughed, explaining away shadows and noises with logic and reason. Then she mentioned something offhandedly. She said that when she was younger, she used to see figures out of the corner of her eyes. Tall shapes, dark and unclear. I smiled and told her I had seen things like that too, blaming tiredness, imagination, growing minds. But her voice changed when she continued. She told me about a day when she stayed home sick from school. It was bright outside. The house was quiet but comforting. She had been watching television when she heard a sound from the hallway. When she turned her head, she saw it. A tall, wispy shape, soft around the edges, with steady, yellow eyes. The room felt colder after that. That night, sleep came slowly. I lay still, listening to the quiet hum of the house, aware of every shadow resting just beyond my sight. Nothing appeared, nothing moved, and yet the feeling lingered, gentle, watchful, distant. Some things don't follow us forever. They simply pass through our lives, leaving behind a memory and a quiet reminder that not everything unseen is imagined. And as this thought drifts softly away, we move onward into the next calm, waiting story, where the darkness remains kind and the night stays still. Some nights feel thinner than others, as if the world is holding its breath. Midnight has a way of softening sounds and sharpening the things we wish we hadn't noticed. It happened on a quiet platform, late enough that the station felt half asleep. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint echo of distant tracks and the low hum of fluorescent lights overhead. I stood alone, hands tucked into my jacket, waiting for the familiar comfort of my train's arrival. Around me, the station felt suspended in time, empty benches, blinking signal lights, and the gentle rhythm of waiting. That was when I noticed him. He appeared at the far end of the platform, impossibly tall, moving slowly in my direction. In one hand, he dragged a suitcase that looked far too heavy for its size. The wheels caught on cracks in the concrete, scraping softly with each step. Even from a distance, something about the way he carried himself felt unbalanced, as if he were fighting against both gravity and exhaustion. As he drew closer, details began to settle into focus. His clothes were dark and worn, dusted with grime as though he'd been traveling for much longer than the night suggested. The suitcase tilted awkwardly behind him, and I noticed a dark liquid seeping from its corner, thick enough to move slowly across the platform. I couldn't tell what it was, only that it didn't belong there. My heartbeat stayed calm, but alert, like a quiet drum beneath my ribs. When he was only a few steps away, he stopped abruptly and turned toward me. His voice cut through the stillness, low and rough, asking, almost demanding, that I take the suitcase. The words were slurred, tangled together, as though he were speaking through fog. There was no real threat in his tone, but there was pressure, a strange urgency that made my instincts tighten. Up close, I could see more clearly. Dirt clung to his skin, even along his face, and his arms bore marks that looked fresh, though not severe. His eyes flicked toward me, unfocused yet intent, like he was searching for something he couldn't quite name. I froze for a moment, unsure what to say. Then, softly, I apologized, one of those automatic responses that slip out when your mind is racing faster than your mouth. I stepped away, choosing distance over curiosity, my shoes tapping lightly against the concrete as I turned toward the arriving train. Behind me, his voice followed. The words were unclear, drifting into the air without meaning, carried by frustration more than language. The train pulled in with a familiar sigh, doors opening like an invitation. I stepped inside just as the doors slid shut, sealing me into the warm, lit interior. Through the glass, I saw him again. He stood on the platform, pointing, speaking more urgently now, his voice swallowed by the engine's hum. As the train began to move, his face twisted with something unreadable, anger, confusion, maybe disappointment. He struck the window once, not hard enough to break it, but loud enough to turn a few heads inside the car. Then the station slipped away. The platform lights blurred into streaks, and the tall figure faded into the darkness behind us. Inside the train, the quiet murmurs of other passengers returned, their puzzled glances resting briefly on me before drifting away. No one asked anything. No one needed to. I sank into my seat, breathing slowly, letting the steady motion of the train calm my thoughts. Whatever that moment had been, it was over now. Left behind on a sleeping platform, wrapped in shadows and unanswered questions. And as the train carried me onward through the night, the rhythm of the tracks smoothed the edges of the memory, guiding me gently forward, toward the next quiet story waiting just ahead. Some memories drift back softly, like half-remembered dreams from early childhood. They carry warmth at first, and only later reveal the quiet chill beneath them. When I was 7 years old, my parents sent me to stay with my grandmother for a little while. Work had pulled them to another city, and my older brother needed time to finish school before joining them. To me, it felt like an unexpected gift. My grandmother was gentle, indulgent, and endlessly patient. In my small world, her house felt like a place where rules softened and comforts multiplied. Her home was modest, a 2-bedroom house that always seemed full. 4 of my aunts lived there, along with my uncle, and somehow everyone fit. The living room became a sleeping space at night, blankets laid carefully across the floor. I shared a bedroom with 3 of my aunts, falling asleep each evening to whispered conversations and the steady rhythm of familiar breathing. One bedroom, however, remained closed. That room belonged to one aunt alone. As a child, I only understood that she was different. The adults spoke quietly about her, careful with their words. She spent long hours in her room, talking softly to herself, sometimes laughing, sometimes murmuring things I couldn't quite understand. Crayons marked the walls in looping shapes and uneven patterns. Bright colors layered over old paint. To my young mind, it felt strange, but also oddly fascinating. At 7 years old, I didn't know fear the way adults do. I only knew that I was surrounded by people, that meals were warm, and that my grandmother's house never felt lonely. Looking back now, I understand how unusual it all was. But then, I felt almost proud, like I was living in a place filled with secrets only grown-ups whispered about. Until one night, I woke suddenly, pulled from sleep by a feeling I couldn't name. The room was quiet, the air heavy with stillness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and that's when I noticed her, my aunt, standing beside me. She was close, closer than I expected, her face calm and unreadable in the dim light. In her hand, she held a pair of scissors, raised but unmoving. There was no shouting, no sudden movement, just a frozen moment, stretched thin and silent. Later, the adults would say she may have only wanted to snip a strand of my hair. It was something she had done before, harmlessly, absent-mindedly. No one ever truly knew what her intention had been. I only remember the way the room felt, how the air seemed to pause, as if even the house was holding its breath. That was the end of my stay. My parents arrived quickly, their voices tight with concern, and soon I was packed and gone. They moved us into an old house soon after, one that creaked and groaned at night, where strange things sometimes rose from the drains after dark. To my child's imagination, it felt like stepping from one unsettling dream into another. But time has a way of smoothing sharp edges. I grew older. The memories softened. The fear faded into something quieter, more reflective than frightening. Today, when I think back on my grandmother's house, I remember the warmth first, the closeness, the sense of being surrounded. And the shadows? They remain behind me now, resting gently in the past. As this story settles into silence, making room for the next one, waiting just beyond the dark. Some goodbyes don't arrive with footsteps or spoken words. They come quietly, wrapped in warmth, appearing only when the world has finally gone still. This is one of those goodbyes. I've always believed that the people we love find their own way to say farewell. My mother and I used to talk about things like that. The unseen moments, the gentle mysteries that linger just beyond explanation. So when I heard this story about my father, it felt less like coincidence and more like a soft reminder that love doesn't end where life does. This happened long before I was old enough to understand it fully, back in the late 80s. My grandfather was very ill then, spending his final days in a hospital room that smelled faintly of disinfectant and quiet resignation. The machines hummed steadily, and the hallways carried that muted stillness unique to places where time feels suspended. My father flew out to see him, knowing deep down that this visit would likely be the last. Before heading to the hospital, he stopped at a small liquor store, picking up a couple of beers, nothing excessive, just enough for a simple ritual. He tucked them carefully into his bag and later shared one with his father in that hospital room, the two of them sitting together in silence, sipping slowly, holding onto a sense of normalcy for just a little while longer. They talked softly. They didn't say everything. Some things don't need to be said aloud. Eventually, my father said goodbye, carrying that heavy, hollow feeling with him as he left. A few days later, the news came. That night, my father was sick with the flu, exhausted in a way that went beyond the body. He lay down to sleep, feverish and drained, the room dark and quiet except for the faint sounds of the house settling around him. Sleep came quickly, pulling him under like a tide. And then, in the dream, there was light. Not harsh or blinding, just a gentle brightness, warm and steady. From within it, his father appeared, looking calm, whole, and peaceful. They walked toward one another without urgency, as if time itself had slowed to allow the moment to unfold properly. When they met, they embraced, and my father said the only thing that felt right in that moment. "Can I come with you?" His father smiled, kind and familiar, and shook his head gently. He told him it wasn't his time, that there was still life ahead of him, that he was loved, that everyone else should be told the same. His voice was calm, reassuring, free of pain or worry. And then, just as naturally as he had arrived, he turned and walked back into the light. My father woke up quietly. The room was still dark. The dream didn't leave him shaken or afraid, only calm, comforted, and certain that the goodbye had been real in all the ways that mattered. It stayed with him, not as something frightening, but as something gentle, a final embrace carried through sleep. Stories like that don't echo loudly. They linger softly, like the memory of a voice you once knew well. And as the night continues and this tale fades into silence, it makes room for another, waiting patiently, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some nights settle gently into silence. Others seem to breathe along with you, listening. That night in the forest felt awake, as if the darkness itself had quietly leaned closer. We had driven deep into Sumter National Forest just before nightfall, the road narrowing until trees pressed in from both sides like a tunnel of shadow. Rain followed us in softly, steady and patient, tapping against the windshield in a way that felt almost deliberate. There were no other campers, no distant fires glowing through the trees. Just us, the forest, and the sound of water moving through leaves. Because of the rain, we decided to sleep inside the SUV. It felt safer that way, enclosed in metal and glass, wrapped in the faint warmth of the day that still lingered in the seats. The forest around us smelled rich and damp, earthy and old. Every sound carried farther in the night, amplified by the quiet. Before we settled in, I opened a worn paperback of scary stories to tell in the dark. The irony wasn't lost on any of us, and we laughed quietly as I read a few passages aloud. Our voices sounded small in that vast space, quickly swallowed by the rain. Eventually, the laughter faded, and we decided it was time to sleep. The clock on the dashboard glowed faintly, just past midnight. As the lights went out, the rain changed. What had once been a gentle rhythm began to sound uneven, almost deliberate. Each drop against the roof seemed heavier, slower. In the half-sleep haze, it began to resemble footsteps, soft ones, circling, stopping, starting again. I told myself it was just the rain playing tricks on my tired mind, but the feeling wouldn't leave. I lay still, listening. Then I was sure I heard movement outside the vehicle. Not loud, not rushed, just present. My breath caught, and I shifted slightly, careful not to make noise. The air inside the SUV felt suddenly tight, like it was holding something back. We turned on the headlights. The beams cut through the rain, illuminating the trunks and branches ahead of us. Everything looked ordinary, wet bark, shining leaves, until something shifted just beyond the edge of the light. To the right of the car, deeper among the trees, something moved. Slowly, deliberately. James volunteered to check it out. We begged him not to. The forest felt wrong in a quiet way, like it was waiting. Still, he grabbed a flashlight and stepped out, the door closing behind him with a dull, final sound. The beam of his light bobbed as he walked, illuminating patches of ground and low branches as he moved farther away. He didn't get far. Maybe 20 yards into the trees, he stopped. The light froze. Then suddenly, it swung wildly as he turned and ran, full speed back toward the car. His voice broke through the rain, sharp with fear. Go, go, go. We didn't ask questions. The engine roared to life as he dove back inside. As we pulled away, headlights bouncing across the forest floor, I glanced back just in time to see a figure emerge from the tree line. It stood where the light barely touched it, tall, uneven, wrapped in layers that looked like old hanging fabric. It didn't move quickly. It didn't need to. James later said that when the flashlight hit the figure, it lifted its head. Whatever face it had didn't seem right. Not clear, not whole. And when it began to move toward him, something instinctual took over. Not panic. Survival. We didn't stop driving until the forest was far behind us. Eventually, we found ourselves parked under bright grocery store lights, the rain still falling but no longer threatening. The asphalt felt solid. We sat there in silence for a long time, letting our breathing slow, listening to the hum of the parking lot instead of the whisper of trees. That night ended quietly, without answers. And as the rain continued to fall, washing the road, softening the world, it felt like the forest had closed its eyes again, waiting patiently for the next story to begin. They were not animals. They were not spirits. They were hunger given form. Wherever they passed, life stopped. Anyone who dared to look directly into their eyes felt their soul pulled free, sucked out like breath in cold air. The bodies left behind did not stay dead. They twisted. They rose again as broken versions of what they once were. With every soul taken, Apollyon's army grew larger. Ash fell from the sky like dark snow. The gears of the universe turned faster. The drums beat louder. Yet, not everyone was taken. Years before the final opening of the abyss, strange beings had been released. They were called the Locusts. Time did not apply to their release, but humans would say it happened only a few years before the end. The Locusts were different. They did not kill. They marked. Each one chose a single human and left a sting upon their soul. Those who carried that mark were left untouched by the army of darkness. The creatures of the abyss passed them by, as if they did not exist. When Apollyon finally rose, the world burned in his presence. He took his place upon a silver chariot that hovered high above the destruction. From there, he looked down upon the planet and saw his work unfolding perfectly. Cities fell silent. Forests turned to dust. Oceans darkened. The locusts gathered around him in the air, waiting. They were beautiful and terrible at the same time. Their bodies shimmered with every color of light, including colors humans have never seen. Their faces looked like those of beautiful women, calm and emotionless. Long hair flowed behind them as they moved. From their heads rose smooth, shining horns, glowing with many colors. Where feet should have been, they had long stingers like scorpions. Instead of wings like birds, they had many thin, tentacle-like wings that wrapped around their bodies and carried them silently through the sky. Apollyon raised his sickle. At his command, the locusts flew downward, each one seeking the human they had marked long ago. They found them in cities, in fields, in homes. As destruction rained down, the locusts wrapped their wings around their chosen humans and lifted them into the air. They shielded them from fire, from falling debris, from the screams of the dying world below. Each locust had chosen only one human. No more, no less. When all were gathered, Apollyon lifted his sickle once more and hurled it downward. The pull of gravity weakened. The sky turned red. The moon began to fall. It burned as it moved, glowing like a wound in the sky. When it struck the earth, there was no pain left to feel. The surface of the planet shattered. All remaining life was erased in a single moment and thrown into the hell of souls below. The seas turned red. Pieces of earth and moon spun wildly, breaking apart and colliding again and again. Apollyon was not finished. With his sickle, he guided the fragments, speeding them up, shaping them. Slowly, a new, massive moon formed from the wreckage, shining brighter than the old one ever had. The locusts held their humans tight as the universe itself seemed to rush forward. The gears spun faster than ever. The drums beat so quickly they became a single sound. Could have been 1 billion years. Then, silence. From the remains of the old world, Apollyon began to build again. Earth was remade. New land rose. New oceans formed. Mountains were shaped. The air cleared. Life returned. Apollyon was no longer only the destroyer of worlds. He was now also the creator. The locusts gently placed their humans onto the new land, spreading them across the continents. They were confused, afraid, alive. From the sky came great saucer-shaped vessels. They released animals, 2 of each kind, to every group of humans. The humans believed these beings were angels. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were something else entirely. Apollyon spoke with the pilots of those vessels. What was said has never been known and never will be. When it was done, Apollyon and the locusts left with the pilots, disappearing into the stars. Earth remained, filled with magic and growing technology, shaped by both destruction and rebirth. The drums of the universe slowed. The gears eased. Humanity began again. And somewhere beyond time, the great architect watched, pleased. Because the legend says Apollyon will return at the very end, when the gears turn one final time, and the drums beat their last rhythm.